Oh, that was weird. Alright, what's up, person? What's up, Sam? I'm doing pretty good. Let's go to 81. Or negative 81. So to here. To here, I think. It's 80 and negative 80 and negative 81. And at level 21. Oh, I know what I need to grab. What's up, Rafi? What's up, Great King Theo? Here it is. I forgot I had all these stacks of dirt. I'll use them though. I think I'm mining. Theo mining an entire classic Minecraft world. Right now I'm placing. Sorry, I'm moving the beacons for the next section. I'm placing the sand for the next section. So streaming's gonna be a bit weird today. So I did finally get the job, or a job, I guess. Finally, God, it took forever. So scheduling is gonna be, or streaming is gonna be a bit weird because the schedule is, it's interesting. That's all I'm gonna say. It's an interesting schedule. At least for now. I think it's gonna change in the future, but at least for now, it's really something else. Yes, 1.14. Almost there. Yeah, the scheduling is weird. It's like 10 to 4 in one day, and that's like 3 to 9 on another day, and stuff. It's super weird. So I'm gonna have to do some weird planning with streaming. I may do like 2 streams on some days, like 2 half streams or short streams, and then or something. I don't know. I kind of just want to put a ton of time into this project, because I think it would be worth to put the time into. So 81. And same as the other one, it's negative 81 and 80. Okay, alright. Oh, are you serious? Apparently I can't place blocks correctly. Alright, so I guess I have to do this instead. Nah, I'm not gonna decide my hours. I mean, I think this week is just training. I could be wrong. I think I will be able to decide my hours at one point, but at least for now. This is gonna get really dark. Oh, never mind. Do I have any torches? Because this is ridiculous. Oh, I do have some. Let's see. Back to the strip mining days. Imagine if I had to mine the world this slow. I just realized I'm using the fortune pickaxe and not the silk touch. For some reason. I don't know why I just noticed that, but... Goodbye, silk touch. I won't see you. Oh. Well, I'm gonna have to go repair some pickaxes after this. What's up, Ethan? I mean, I don't mind that whatever hours, honestly. I could work around it. It's not that big of a deal. So I have a beacon that has names on them. I basically have I Patreon in the description if you want to join it. It's basically where the main benefits of it is it's you either pay $1 and you can go on the edge of the world, put your name like on the sign, so I can put a name around the entire world, like a bunch of names. Or you can do what is it called? You can put your name on a beacon. I'm basically gonna be lighting a double beacon at the end of the project. It's a emerald or diamond. Speaking of diamond, diamond, emerald. Iron and gold, or gold and iron. I forgot which area it is. I think it's iron then gold. Maybe not actually. I don't know. What's up, Ash? Go one more level. I'll go one more level. But yeah, I just kind of want to put. I was gonna do a little bit more programming, like on my days on, but honestly, I think I'm better off just doing a bunch of this project and then kind of nitpicking at programming, if that makes sense. I don't know. Works. Heard see Ash. I'm basically just learning web development. I had to pick a niche. It's actually a good idea to pick a niche. Keeps you, I wouldn't say motivated, but, or, I mean, it depends on what you want to do it for. If you just want to do game development, then you could just pick a language, but for the most part, I'm trying to go into programming fields, so thinking about doing web development. First reason, it's probably, it seems pretty fun. I've used quite a bit of CSS and HTML. Probably going to be doing, learn a little bit of JavaScript. I still need to do better JavaScript though. Sure. Not that great at it yet. At all, honestly. So 81. I need to get a 181. Yes, water. It kind of sucks that most people don't actually say pick a. People say pick a language before say picking a niche. I would say pick a niche, then pick a language, and then go into whatever. Just keep. You have to start from the top before you even get to. Like, figure out what you want to do, then figure out what niche you need to be in to do that task. Okay, this is not a good idea. Let me just do one by two, because what's up, Almond? I heard Java is a pretty interesting language. Probably the two languages you could probably learn. Probably the first language you should probably learn. I would say it's first programming, from what I've seen at least, is JavaScript and Python. JavaScript and Python are like the two languages. Mainly because they're object-oriented and not statically typed, and you don't have to keep dealing with what data types you actually want to declare and like memory management and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it helps you like I know all of it, or not all of it, but I know a decent amount of it. I just have no reason to use those specific languages. What's up, Chibi? I'd say the depending on how much time, I could probably get 2 months. Wait, did you? Okay. Thank you for subscribing, even though I kind of thought I thought you were already subscribed. What's up, deep fried fish? Thank you, fish, I guess. How do I keep finding diamonds? I love how I'm accidentally finding diamonds. I gotta love that, honestly. Find that kind of funny. Already found, like, how many diamonds do I have? 9 diamonds already, and I literally just randomly found them. Another thing, oh my god. That's actually pretty funny. So, Gabriel, I could probably get to, depending on how much time I really want to put into this project, I could probably get this entire project done. Sorry, this entire project. This entire, to 75% in less than 2 months. That seems pretty ambitious because I have to go through an entire section and I have to go through like a tiny section. So I have to go through by a 431 by 100 and a 431 by 31 as well. Okay, I was about to say, I was wondering, well, I was like, weren't you already subscribed? It's getting very worried for your own, you see how much I don't like, the stone? This is how much I don't like it. I already filled up an inventory and I'm only using normal pickaxes. Like, without haste. Collecting every block would be like the biggest pain in the world. I could do it, it just, it's kind of unnecessary, honestly, for this project. I could do that, actually. I could do that. That'd actually be pretty cool. I never even thought about that. I thought about naming it, like, the Bedrock Massacre set or something like that. Like, 1 set for Bedrock Massacre, 1 set for Nether Massacre, and 1 set for Dimensional Massacre. That's actually not a bad idea, is naming it towards other people. It's a pretty cool idea. What's up, Ideal MC? We're gonna be mining the Nether in the end for after this, and then after that I have no idea. I think I'm just gonna have to focus on other things. It really depends. It depends on where my channel goes. Thank you, Deep Fried Fish, for subscribing. Let's see. Yeah, I have no idea where. Wow, this side is much bigger. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so from somebody who who's one of my family members is diabetic. Thank you, Ideal MC, for subscribing. So the difference is from somebody who has a bunch of diet stuff because of living with a diabetic, or not actually living with one, but having a family member that's diabetic. And having one person who really likes sweet things. It's kind of weird. But, the difference between non-diet and diet is that, there's an aftertaste usually for diet. For the most part. There's generally an aftertaste. I don't know if it's like, if it's more prominent in certain diet drinks, but okay, I forgot to answer that. Chibi, I look at the second screen, or my main screen for the PS4, and I look down for the chat, for the chat. Thank you, the lads, for subscribing. What's up, Signature? Oh yeah, I'm mining a lot. Let's see. Well, it's not really that they, I mean, they probably do taste sweeter, but there is an aftertaste to Diet Coke, or just diet things in general. Don't know why, but they do, for some reason, have a diet, at least in comparison to other things, to non-diet. Let's see. 81, 80. I mean, yeah, I don't really drink water. I mean, I drink water mostly other way around. I drink water most of the time and don't drink that many. Unless somebody hands me something, okay, sure. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but usually I choose to drink water. I need to go to 281. Wow, this is really... Stream's really popping off, isn't it? Holy Jesus. I guess to anybody new, mining an entire classic size world. Classic legacy size world, and I had Discord in the description if you want to join that. I'll be mining the overworld, the Nether, and the End. The world size is legacy, which is, or it's a classic size, which is 862 by 862. Don't know why people think it's 864. I think the world size changed at one point, but spicy water. Okay, whatever. Right. Other than that, yeah. Holy Jesus. Am I running to every cave possible? Okay. Alright, see you, gravel. I see you, gravel. I'm saying goodbye to the gravel. Because, you know, I mind it. Whoa, I'm gonna have to get rid of all this lava. Holy Jesus. I just realized how much lava there actually is here when I'm gonna have to mine. I don't even drink anything sweet or anything at restaurants either. I usually just drink water because it's way easier to order. And I could care less, honestly. Also, it's free, so. Probably a better way to do this. Do this. That. I go 4 out this way. Four out this way. Whatever, I don't have to go exactly 4. Let's go set distance. It doesn't really matter. What's up, Yar? Oh, that's good to know. Banana. Banana, most people actually don't usually, reply. Oh, what is with the thing? Need more water, probably. Or did you just spilt some of it? Oh, that's better, I think. Thank you, Trey, for subscribing. It's definitely much appreciated. I don't know why I mined that with the dirt, but whatever. I'm playing on a PS4 legacy version. I should probably reduce the delay a little bit. I don't know what the delay actually is, but go one more out. Just in case. Seriously. I'll just take that for now. I could switch it to Bedrock after this. I could definitely switch it. It's gonna get a bit corrupt with the walls, but I mean, I guess I was actually thinking about having this as a download link for Java. If I can convert it. Somebody said I can convert it. I don't know how to though. I'll have to figure that out. which would be better because I think the walls won't corrupt. But yeah, pretty I'll see what I can do, at least. I'll see what I can do. I'll try to do as much as I can, at least in terms of getting this world out to people. Just to see what the scaling of this world actually is. How monumentally big this world actually is. So I have probably, I think, a little less than a year left on this project. I definitely should finish less than a year by this point. I want to finish within within the next 6 months, which I don't think is gonna be feasible for me. I have no idea. It really depends on how much time I'm gonna put into this, which I'm considering putting a lot of time into. Oh yes, what's up, Days? I guess 20 minutes speed run mining a world. The best way to get is branch mining. If you're thinking of strip mining, the best... Okay, I'm just gonna clarify the definition so fast. Strip mining is literally stripping every single piece of resource. It's literally, it's like building a giant quarry. Branch mining is building tunnels underground. People always get those confused. That's the difference between both of them. Wow, this is like the worst spot to put the torch. Because I actually need to... Everybody always messes it up. Okay, I finished it 10 months ago. I did not realize how late it's been since I've hit 50%. Which, do mind you, the first half of the world was really slow. Just gonna point that out. It's not consistent. I'm not consistent at all in terms of timing on each of these sections. First reason, I probably took more breaks the first half of the world, and the methods I was using was also really slow. I mean, to be fair, it kind of makes sense though. I didn't have, do mind you, for the first 2 years, I had less than 50 subscribers. Mining this much. So motivation wasn't exactly the easiest thing to come by to do this project. Especially when I had other factors going in. Like school and stuff like that. So RC. Oh yeah, so it's like the most casual way to find diamonds. Now I guess if you just want a bunch of resources quickly, and it will take a while though, is just do strip mining. If you need a ton of... Did you even notice this cave here? You need a ton of building blocks or something like that, then just do strip mining. Also, strip mines are very satisfying. They take a while, but they are quite satisfying once you finish them, or even halfway through them. Just mine a 50 by 50 and you'll see what I mean. Or even a 20 by 20 is alright. It's pretty satisfying. I swear, if I find another thing of diamonds... That'd be really funny. Actually not a bad method though. It could possibly be the best method to find diamonds. Maybe not consistently, but at least over time you could probably find a good chunk. It's definitely a really good method though. It's maybe it takes a lot more effort because it's not like you're mining one direction for and then just turning around after a little while. Seriously, I actually did find diamonds. What the heck? I love finding diamonds every, like, without even trying. It's kind of sad. And kind of funny at the same time. Literally zero effort into actually finding diamonds. Or not zero effort, but no mental effort even trying to find diamonds, and I find diamonds. What's up, K-bros? Up, Surtax. Yes, the whole green box and the little brown piece down there. Yeah, that's a farm. I wasn't even the one that made it. One of my friends made it. Actually, it was my partner at the very beginning made it. Or at least made a decent amount of it. I helped him build it, but he kind of built the design, which I really do like the design. I think if I play another survival world again, which I don't know when I will, I'll use that design again because it's a really satisfying farm. Even though it's quite slow, it's still quite satisfying. I'll keep that. I'll get the iron later. God dang it. Yay, 11 diamonds for literally zero effort into even trying to find them. Which is like 20 diamonds with the Fortune 3. Which 20 diamonds is literally nothing in my eyes, at least for this project. think I remember your name. I know a few of these people were from 50%, that I've seen. I mean, there have been a few new people, but for the most part, I've seen quite a few people here that was from, that, or at least at that era of 50%, because I would say 50% was an era of this project. It just kind of changed a bit. Some weird dynamics with this project. I think that's everything. Maybe it wasn't you. I don't know. I mean, if you comment and, no, screw it, I'm just gonna take these. 1 diamond, alright. That'd actually be kind of funny to play on the meme. I'm not gonna lie, that would actually be pretty funny to play on the meme. I just thought about something. I think it actually is theoretically possible to destroy an entire Java-sized world in their lifetime. It is possible, technically. It would, I would think it's possible. You would have to, it would still be really difficult, I'll be honest. Like, the amount of calculations you'd have to do is kind of absurd. But I think it is possible to blow up an entire, or destroy an entire Java-sized world with the World Eater. It'd be an insane project. Even solo. Or especially solo if you tried it. It is technically possible. You would think it wouldn't because it would take, you would think, oh, it takes forever to go across the entire world, but if you have a system of nether portals, you could pretty much, you could do it. Oh yes. Convenience of using a TNT duper. You're just automating destroying the world, which, I mean, I guess if you're doing it for the purpose of building something, Psycraft, you could, if you're building something like that, if that's what you're mainly doing is automating things, or you need a ton of space in a good amount of time, then sure, but I don't need this space. I'm only doing it for the sake of the project itself. Apparently people really don't, can't really, or not can't grasp it, but they're just kind of jumping to that, like, thing of using it. No, I know it's honor. I mean, sarcasm, god dang it. It's, sarcasm. I know that's sarcasm, but you can tell by all the question marks. At least you pulled off sarcasm. Some people cannot pull off sarcasm online. And it's pretty, pretty frustrating. I don't really know, but I know, I don't really know what the limit is either. It's very smooth though. It's a very smooth experience, at least on console. They really optimized TNT well in this game, or in the console edition. Take that from somebody who made a custom super flat and turned the entire custom super flat is literally just TNT. Jack. What's up, Soup Knife? What's up, Glitch Oblivion? I have not updated 1.17 because of, I can't really update this world of one. I mean, I could, but it would break the entire project. That's the reason why I haven't updated. I did update the FAQ as well, so it's a bit more updated. It's pretty hard to update though because it's a very ongoing FAQ. I do not use glitches. I did dupe some sponges at one point because I lost a bunch of them and I was really mad and I decided to dupe to 48, which is what my original amount was. And that's really it. Other than that, there's also an accidental glitch. What happened with the sponges? I really don't understand these sponges. I swear they're like cursed. There was an accidental glitch, technically. I don't understand why it happened. I had to do something with save states or something like that in the world. When I was doing the, I have a time-lapse video, and that's what happened. It was during that time-lapse video. Somehow I had 2 controllers in or something like that, and I saved it and I exited. And for some reason... Oh wait, no, it's because I couldn't save and exit, for some reason. Or was it the other way? I don't know which one it was. It was either I couldn't save and then exit, or I couldn't use the save and exit feature, which was a problem. And then for some reason, the same sponges I had was for some reason in 2 different locations, which doubled my sponge count. Then I got rid of a bunch of them because I felt bad because of the glitch. And then yeah, kind of a weird and super complicated. Extremely complicated answer, but that's pretty much it. It's hard to explain. I've never seen this glitch before. I didn't even know this existed until that happened, and I felt bad, and I decided to delete a bunch of the sponges. So I think I have a stack of sponges with me, or something like that. I don't know. I felt really bad for using or accidentally finding a glitch like that. I know it's accidental, but still. I don't know. It was weird. I mean, it really doesn't matter if I glitch anything or anything, because I still have to put in the time to even do this project in the first place, so... Creative wouldn't even matter. Technically, creative is even slower than... Like, it doesn't matter if I had the unlimited resources or anything like that, because you still have to put in the time to mine all these blocks by hand. And there's no commands in the world either, so... I just kept it out of creative because obviously it looks better as well, though. Yeah, that would take forever. Couldn't even imagine how long that would take. Wait till I get to the end. You'll see a complete void. Hopefully I don't fall off. I want to bet how many times I'm going to fall off trying to mine the end of the nether. Or the end of the end. Finale of the end, I guess. Or how many times I'm going to die in the nether into lava. Okay, so yeah, it was a ender chest and it's some in my inventory. I somehow had ender chest and inventory. I didn't mess with autosave either. Wait, which glitch? The purposeful glitch or... The purposeful one or the accidental one? Because I don't remember the accidental one that much. I can kind of tell you how the what is it called? The purposeful one where I still don't even remember how to do it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it really doesn't matter. People need to realize that it doesn't matter if I go into creative. It doesn't matter if I have a billion pickaxes. You still have to put in the time to mine all of these blocks. All 40 something, 47 million. Oh yeah, it's roughly, it's roughly 47 million if you count at level 64. And if you account for the mountains and stuff like that, it's quite a bit more. I don't know what is happening. What do I have? Wait, what is happening? Did I mess something up horribly? Because I think I did. Give me a second. I'm not really paying attention though. I mean, I probably could do something like that. It'd be interesting to make a completely void world. I really messed this up, didn't I? Somehow? Wait. What did I do? What the heck did I do? I'm not paying attention whatsoever. I probably should pay attention a little bit more, put a little bit more focus into this, instead of trying to focus on both. Alright, what the heck is happening? Oh, what is the middle? So 81. I think this is the middle. Should not have broken the dirt. I don't know why I did that. Give me a second. That was a really stupid idea. Yeah, I didn't do that. It had to do something with like placing it. The intentional glitch was, I think it was you put a block in the chest and you put a block in your inventory or something like that. And then you save something like that. Put it, I don't remember. It's been so long. I don't think I can even find the video again. So it was, I think it was 21, negative 21. Yeah, it's 81, 80 and 81. I think it was 20. Yeah, I don't think it was that glitch. It was similar to it, but it wasn't. I didn't break a. If that does say break, that is. It was an offline glitch though, so. I think it's here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure on that. Try this again. Wait, no, it's the other way around. It's 5 this way, 4 this way. 4 this way. This way. Don't know why I can't remember this for some reason. I'm so confused here. I'm missing something. I don't know what I'm like. Am I confusing myself or something? Because I usually do. What the heck is happening? Okay, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it has to go. I don't know what's happening. I'm really like bamboozled myself. Okay, never mind. I see what happens. I see what I see what I did wrong. Alright, I think it has to be like this. This side. Don't know how I managed to have it one extra side, but whatever. Okay, that took way too long. Thank you, Yar, and goodbye. Okay, that's one beacon done. Time to do the other ones. What's up, Matthew? Wow, I used half of that pickaxe. Holy Jesus. It's going pretty good. Oh, that's what I was doing right. I don't know why I was thinking that was 5 across. What's up, wait. Yeah, unhauntable. Ghost. What the heck? Alright. That's a thing, apparently. Seriously. I thought that was... Never mind, that wasn't any dirt. I don't know what I was thinking there. Oh well. Alright, here's the fun part. This is always the fun part, is digging up. there's a very good chance I'm gonna find gravel. It pretty much almost always happens every time I do this. Oh, there it is. Okay, I literally can't see anything. Oh god. It's funny, I think I'd actually see better on the second screen than I can with the first screen. Which is weird. At least because of the glare. That's a good thing about this, because I could just go above. I didn't actually expect to get pushed off. I should have just held shift. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have just held shift. I've done it before. Whatever. Wrong direction. You know, I'll just go out this way, whatever. I should have just held shift. I don't know. I mean, I've done it where if you can hold shift on the edge of the block, you basically just hold on to the edge without even being on the block. That's totally a possibility. But for some reason, I was not thinking whatsoever about whatever the heck I was doing. What is this? This isn't the... What is this? It's not even close. What is that? It's an old beacon hole from like a long time ago or something. What's that? I kinda wanna go down there, but... Yep, there it is. Wrong side. Oh, God. Forgot, and sandstone is infinite, or not infinite, but instant mining. Can't even see the torch. Oh well. Let's go out this way. What's up, Ethan? Not in this world, no. I mean, I actually no, sorry, I have. I just not recently. I don't. I have, yeah. I don't know why. I keep giving the wrong answers. It's kind of weird. I used to check in my inventory now. No, it's just every time I collect a block, I check my inventory every couple minutes. Yeah, it's not an easy task. Not only does it take a lot of preparation, which that takes a while on its own. The amount of time you need to dedicate yourself to even do this project in the first place is ridiculous. water, yes. I need more water. I think this one I have to go for the top bottom to get rid of the... It'll be a bit easier. What's up, Charlem? Yeah, let's go top bottom. Actually, no. It'll be, never mind, I changed my mind because thinking about it. Again, water is gonna flow down here, which is gonna be really nice. So it doesn't matter if I run into... Mind you, you won't be able to see anything for at least a good little while. Just a warning. So what I do is I mine, sorry, not mine. I place sand around the entire border, whatever you want to get rid of. And then I make columns. Oh Jesus. I make columns in the world or in the section. I usually 3-block columns. If you want to see what I'm talking about, go to my time lapse if you want to see a visual example. Three-block column strips or whatever you want to call it. I section it off in 3-block columns, I guess you could say. Jeez. I don't know what the quickest way to do it. I know you could use like a world eater or something like that. Or whatever it's called, where you push the blocks, push the water to dry them or to get rid of the block. But that's the way I do it. And I use sponges as well. Yeah, that's probably the best way. Except jam. At least that I know of, at least without using machines. The most efficient way to do it from what I've seen. There's probably a more efficient way, but that's what I use. You can use it. It's pretty simple. It's a very simplistic way of doing it, but it's actually kind of satisfying after a while, I'm not gonna lie. Some sand. Gonna have to do this anyway, but I know this doesn't actually matter, this right here, but oh well. This little tower thing. Actually, no, let's not do it that way. It's not worth doing it this way. Because I'm gonna have to dry up this area anyway. So it won't matter. But yeah, that's kind of a waste of time to do something like that. So yeah, that's probably the best way to mine an ocean. You just do that, and then destroy all the sand after you sponge everything, and then destroy whatever you have left. Let me go back. Yeah. Oh, wrong direction. Did not realize that. Ooh, jeez. Okay. Not what I was expecting whatsoever. That's all of them. There you go. What the heck just happened? That was weird. That was really weird. What's up, Muhammad? Wait a minute. What? It was the other way. Okay, yeah, I was actually right. Alright, that was about the... What? Oh, that actually kind of sucks. Why did I do it like that? Yeah, it's that way. Put the beacons in the wrong way. Just go this way. Wait, what the heck? I think it does make a difference, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember why they make such a big difference, but I think it's because of the space, because these beacons are perfectly wide and perfectly linked. Like they reach their full, their capacity, I guess you could say. If I remember correctly, 1 block difference width or height makes can make all the difference. Don't know why I'm doing it this way, but I mean I can go this way. Oh, wrong on speed. Wait, what? Oh god. Am I missing? Oh, I did miss something. I'm stupid. I have to get this one now. Yeah, it's pretty tedious. I mean, once you start, the original calculations was pretty difficult. Once you get more difficult calculations though, because for the most part I make it pretty simple. I go 100 increments every time I go to a new section, but if you have to do a section that isn't incremented like that, wow, does it get pretty annoying after a while. Because you have to do all the calculations and stuff like that. I know this doesn't matter that much, but here, let's just keep it like this. It's gonna look awkward, but whatever. Alright, next. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just realized how hard the next section's gonna be. Not next section. Well, I knew that was gonna be difficult, but next, beacon, or is it the last beacon? I have no clue. I think it's the next beacon. Or last beacon. I mean, this entire project basically screams tedious, so just about everything is tedious in this project. No, that's alright. It doesn't affect anything. There's no point in doing it. So this has to go this way. Yeah. So this side has to go this way. I mean, it's not gonna matter if the water's plugged up or not. There's a pretty easy way to get rid of it. You just fill up the entire thing, then place 2 blocks on the ground, or where the hole is, whatever the tunnel thing that leads the beacons up. And then you, yeah. You place blocks. Where the holes are, and it should get rid of all the water sources. Go from top bottom. I think I'm gonna have to go top bottom the next section, the next beacon. The good thing about the water entering is it's very easy to go in and out of the beacon tunnels. Makes it really easy. Which is actually pretty helpful. So that you just have to get out like this. Oh yeah, the next section's gonna be pain. Like actual just pain. I keep thinking that's, oh my god. I'm not thinking that well, am I? When do I actually think well, let's be honest. Alright, the next one's gonna be just pure pain. I'm only gonna use pickaxes. The entire project itself is built on mining the world, so... That's a fail right there. Gotta love how I did that. Tunnel's one off. Whatever. You can do some weird stuff with these torches. Look at this. Stuff like this. Also, no mobs can spawn. It's like the perfect amount of light so no mobs can spawn. You'd think like these wide gaps in between the torches would actually spawn some. It's like this right here, but I think it's just enough light where mobs can't spawn. Obviously, except for like slimes, because I mean, it doesn't matter what light level it is. At least I don't think it does. There you go. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty terrified the first time I was doing this project when I first started it, because the bottom of the world, me and my friend thought about mining the last 2 layers of the world, but we thought it was pretty inefficient and it wasn't really worth it. So we kind of scrapped that. We did mine a decent amount of the bottom of the world, but it wasn't too efficient, and we had to deal with lava. So the efficiency was dropped dramatically just because of lava. Yeah. And if we messed up the torch pattern from the beginning, that would have sucked, because literally that's the very beginning of it. So if you'd have to replace all the torches if we messed up the torch pattern. Luckily we didn't. I'm fairly certain I haven't. I haven't seen a single missed torch. There was one missed torch at 50%, but it didn't affect anything else. Unfortunately. Fortunately, no missed torches have affected the block pattern. I don't know what light level. Wait, what light level does do? Yeah, 7. So Oh yeah, you should see in this world how annoying slimes are. They are ridiculously annoying because there's so many of them that can spawn. It's kind of ridiculous. Really. Okay, gravel. Seven below. That makes sense. They're roughly, I think we did the calculations one time. I need to stop doing quick calculations sometimes, unless I really think about it, but there's, somebody calculated it, or I was having help calculate it with somebody else was helping me calculate how many torches I've placed roughly in this entire world, and to calculate, it's around 61,000, which is pretty ridiculous. 61,000 torches. Okay, gravel. I did it again. Of course I did. I don't know why I keep managing to do this. I think it's because I place all the dirt. Like this. Why I place all the dirt with this beacon setup. Other coordinates 80, 81, or 81. It's 381, okay. I need negative 81, negative 80, 381. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Okay, I'm actually slightly terrified of this next one. Just trying to get to the beacon is gonna be pain. What's up, natural? I think it's theoretically possible to mine a Java-sized world if you have a good good Nether system combined with a World Eaters. I think it is systematically possible to mine an entire Java-sized world in a lifetime. I don't know how long it would actually take. It could actually be reasonable on time. Oh yeah, this is gonna be pain. Good thing I have sand. Oh my god, are you serious? All the way up to 100. I'm mining like mining like a quarter of a section just with this alone. Oh god, alright. All the way at the top at 111, wow, alright. Oh Jesus. Oh, wrong way. And wrong block. Of course I messed up both up. I actually don't have that many. I organized this world a while back. I've been actually keeping it pretty organized for the most part. Okay, I hope this pickaxe doesn't break. It shouldn't break, but it's super close to, just realizing that. This world used to be a giant chest monster, but for the most part, it's actually pretty alright. This is gonna take forever. I mean, for the most part, this world is pretty organized. I think there's maybe like a couple chests that don't really have. It's not. Actually, it kind of depends on how organized. Depends on how you organize. It depends on how organized it is. Somebody can have a stricter organization system compared to others. You could have something like mob loot in one chest, or you can have just bones, or just arrows, or just gunpowder, or something like that. I don't really have that though. I mean, the main focus of this project is mining, so what the heck am I supposed to do with all of those chests? I have random stuff in it, or not random, but just very specific orders of stuff. Yeah, this part's gonna be a pain. Okay, I was about to say. Game. You bet to screw me over for some reason, for literally zero reason whatsoever. get rid of all this stone and gravel. Keep the sand. Do not need coarse dirt. That's pretty cool. Alright, so all beacons are placed. That actually didn't take that long. I think it was around 2 hours and something. I killed the Ender Dragon for XP. Okay, look at this. I'm on the edge of the world right now, and if I didn't move the... I think the next block should be beacon territory. I can even check. See, look at this. If I didn't have it like this edge of the wall right here would not be a beacon. I wouldn't have any haste. I know it actually wouldn't make too much of a difference, but honestly, it may make a difference. I have no idea. I decided to do it just to keep it simple and not confusing for future mines, because I still have to do this a couple more times. The next section is going to be really annoying because I have to move the beacons, but I can't move them too far because... Yeah, sand time, and then sponge time, and then mine time, and then next section, then... Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so... Forgot I have to move all these chests now. I just thought about that. I'll just keep them in my poker box for some reason. Since I already have 60 of them, so now I have over 100, or I have 84 chests for some reason. I've been doing this project for roughly 3.5 years. I'd say a little bit more than 3.5 years. Like 3 years and 6 months or something like that. Actually may need this axe, but whatever. Alright, actually before I do that, I'm gonna go kill the Ender Dragon and then come back. Just to have a fresh set of tools. I only need the torches for now. I used a lot of torches. Use 50 torches for that. Yes I did. I actually started a little bit after because I thought Sword King was gonna quit. Cause I started this project a little bit after he started. After he made his episode, 265th episode or whatever it's called. And after he said he made his decision to take a break or whatever he was gonna do, he said he thought he wasn't even gonna come back, to be honest with you. And I started it from there, and then he came back, and then he knew about me, and then yeah. He came back when I was at, I think, 6 million? I think it was 6 million. Yeah, this project was heavily inspired by the way I'm doing it is a little bit different. I mean, obviously I have some perks that he doesn't have, which is kind of unfortunate, but honestly, it's I don't know. He does have better villagers than me technically. Because the villagers I have, I can't get. I can only get a certain finite supply of stuff because I don't know what I'm doing. Due to having the new villagers, because obviously they nerfed the villagers just a little bit. Screw it, I'll just use the sand. It's like 60 sand. I use like 40 sand total. Okay, yeah, I should be good. It's actually been a little while since I've been to the Nether. The way I'm doing it, I was actually almost doing it the same way Sword King was doing, but I was like, yeah, it's not that efficient, so I decided to do it this way. I mean, I'm not even that much of an efficiency person. I kind of put a little bit of effort into efficiency, but not that much. The good thing about Sword King's world is that he doesn't have a deep ocean like I do. Because like my world could have been non-deep ocean without sponges, but having the sponges helps clear the water faster. But the trade-off is if I didn't have the ocean monument, I'd have less water for the most part, at least. Obviously, unless my entire world is water, which this world is pretty balanced. Not gonna lie. For the most part, at least. so whatever. Did that hit? Actually, couldn't tell. I wasn't really looking that well. Doesn't really matter though, because I'm just. Hello. Okay, thank you. Alright, see ya, Muhammad. Alright, let's go get some sand. Well, the cool thing is, the beacon is near the base, the second base. Look how close it is now. Hard to believe this is like to the other side of the world. Where this, the base was. I'm actually not used to collecting stuff with speed 2. Kind of weird. Going through these sugar boxes all way faster than I think I am. One piece of sand. I mean, not sugar boxes, double chests. Not sugar boxes. There it is. I was wondering when that was gonna happen. Get rid of this one block of sand. Alright, time to place a lot of sand. The cool part is on the edge of this one, the speed beacon I think is on the opposite side of the world, so the edge of the world shouldn't, the speed shouldn't run out. This is 75% right here. You can tell by the center of the world. Alright. I could actually move the just thinking about it, I could move the Patreon beacon later on in the future. I think it's to here. Has to be 31. The other one's 131. Alright, let's do this. This section's gonna have a surprising amount of sand. When I say surprising, I really mean surprising. I keep saying, oh my god, sand is stuck in my brain now. And water, not sand. have no method to doing the walls. I'm just gonna say that right now. I don't know if you noticed, but probably did notice. I'm just kind of winging it. I literally have zero method. It's gonna be funny though, because this little bitty section. Okay, I'm gonna just show you how big this section is real fast. This next section. It's this big. Literally from there to there. 31 blocks. And then that's 75%. I don't know. What's up, I don't know how to say that. Let's go with Sing. I'm probably... I don't know. I have no clue. I wanted to shorten up the name, so I just went with Sing. Probably a lot of people that subscribed and don't remember this. At least for the most part. Stuff is pretty trippy and absolutely insane when you first look at it. I kind of want to see people's reactions to this world once I finish. If they get the world or something like that. Just to show them how insanely large this quarry, it's basically just a giant quarry, actually is. Do I not have speed? What the heck? Where's my speed beacon? Just noticed that. Actually missing speed for some reason. One of these beacons. There we go. There's one. I think this beacon doesn't have speed for some reason. I need to go check. Okay, that's weird. I swear I would have speed. Right, there we go. That's better. I didn't even realize that for some reason. I don't know why I didn't notice. Can't wait to have a trigger, a broken finger again. Not literally. Figuratively speaking. Talk about having a trigger finger. I've definitely developed one, at least to some degree, with the controller. From doing this. Because going at speed 2 with this speed, level of speed, is kind of insane. You can't hold down the button, you have to go. It's a little bit quicker than... Placing blocks is slightly slower than walking backwards with speed. It's kind of unfortunate, but... Also, don't worry about me drowning. Anybody who else is in here. Because I live forever because of Respiration 3 and Peaceful. It's crazy how people actually don't know that. I'm genuinely surprised. I guess it's because people don't play on Peaceful that often. What's next? I honestly don't know. It depends on where my channel goes. It really depends on how well my channel does. And where that next direction goes. I can't really tell you where this project or my channel will go, or anything of this sort. I could see what I can do in Java with the world eaters. I kind of want to see what I can do with those in the future. That would be interesting. Mine over 1 billion blocks or something like that. With the quarry, the mine eater, or the block eaters, or whatever they're called. The world eaters. Now that would be pretty sick. Now, other than that, I have no idea. Other than the Nether, the End, and the Overworld. Is it done? It's quick. Is that really all the? Is that really the? Oh no, it's not. Of course, it's not. Thank you, Sing. I'll just go to Sing, just to keep some. Oh. I think it's actually theoretically possible to mine a Java-sized world with world eaters. I would think it is. Theoretically speaking, I don't know how long it would actually take, but if you have a good Nether system, a good Nether portal system, and stuff like that, I think it should work. You can also take advantage of a glitch as well in the world in Java. There's a new version. I think it's, I don't know, actually I don't think it's new. Well, that was weird. I remember seeing on SickRPG where you jump, you throw the Ender Pearl into the Nether portal, and it like tricks the game into thinking that you teleport or something like that, and then you just skip thousands, hundreds of thousands of blocks. You'd have to figure out a very systematic and very calculated way to go across the entire world. Pretty much. It's possible. It just, it would be quite difficult, though, to even calculate. You'd have to look up how to build the world eaters. I mean, people, obviously, many people know how to build them. I'd have to look up how to build them myself. And then I'd have to calculate another portal system, which would be pretty difficult on its own. I think it would be interesting as a project. Imagine that as a community project, destroying an entire Java-sized world in Minecraft. That would be really interesting. That could actually be a possible project I could make. I think it's possible. It would just take a lot of people, quite a few people, with a combination of world eaters with nether portal system. I think it's possible, but theoretically speaking, it's possible. Don't know how long it would actually take, but I think that would be a really interesting project. I don't know though. I've never seen anybody even like, I know people say it's impossible to do it, but I mean, is it actually impossible? Because we thought the far lands was impossible to reach because one person said it. Because Notch said it, even though it's only 800 hours. And it takes less than a year to do it with consistent effort. We saw how that happened, so I mean, and I'm almost done with this project, which takes 3 or 4, maybe even 5 times longer than going to the far lands. Alright, thank you, Sing. I'll have to figure out the calculations, so. I don't want to invest too much into another project. The only way I'm doing another project is if I can go full-time on YouTube. That's the only way I'm doing another project. Either I earn enough money from this to keep doing this, or from Bedrock Massacre, Nether Massacre, from the channel. New videos, I guess. You get the idea. It really just depends. Because I don't want to start another project after this, even though I need to put my time into other things anyway. Alright, there we go. The entire outer edge is done, which that took basically no time at all compared to the other sections, some of the other sections. Some of the other sections, literally the border took like 2 or 3 hours, which was scary to think about. This only took like, what, 10 minutes? And not even a full inventory of sand, which sounds kind of funny thinking about it. What the heck? I thought I hit the bottom, but apparently I didn't. Alright, I think that's it. What? I've never seen this yet. This little thing. I don't remember seeing it, at least. This little hole. It's a weird area. Whatever. These llamas have been here for an eternity, it feels like. Oh my god, it's actually crazy thinking about it. It actually could be possible to mine a Java-sized world. Maybe not mine it, but destroy it with world eaters and the Nether portal system. It's impossible to mine it, but destroying it may be, I wouldn't say a good possibility. I actually don't know how long it would take, but I always mess up these pillars. At least one pillar I mess up. Oh, you gotta think about it. Like, those world eaters, how big you can actually make them. Let's put this right here. Oh, wrong one. Wait. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they really can't. I just always somehow mess up one. And that's it. I usually don't mess up more than one. It's kind of funny. Just one. It'd be probably one of the most insane projects in the entire game, let's be honest here. It'd be one of the most ambitious projects, besides maybe the Build the Earth. If not more ambitious. It'd be such a cool project though. I'd have to figure out quite a few things though before I even start it. Attempt to start it. It's at least over 300,000 sand at the minimum. I'm pretty sure. Because I had to use almost all of it on one of those sections on the I think the 200-hour time lapse thing. I think that I think for that I think I almost used over 300,000 sand just for that. I ran out of sand at one point on one of the sections, so I had to get more, which was ridiculous. I had a ton of sand too. Seriously though, that placing that sand took like, what was it, like 25 hours straight? It took 70 hours just to get rid of all the water, 75 hours, and 120 hours to get rid of all the other things, stuff. Oh, it's actually a surprising amount of water in this section. I mean, and it's not like it's not very deep water. This is the kind of water I'd have, or at least somewhat have, if I didn't have deep ocean. I wouldn't have all these sponges though to get rid of it, so it would be quite the challenge to get rid of all of it. It wouldn't be that bad though, because it's literally only like what, 20 blocks? It's like 10, 12 to what, 12 to 16 blocks or something like that of sand in terms of height versus 30 whatever, over 30 at some points. I had to go all the way down to level 22 at one point at the edge of the world. All right, give me a second. Get some more water and stuff. Okay, I'm back. Oh Jesus, I almost fell off of that. Oh my god. I know I wasn't gonna die, but that's still kind of slightly terrifying, falling off this 60 block drop or whatever it is. You should rename yourself to Raffy Taffy. Or on Discord, you should name yourself Raffy Taffy. These I kind of have a problem with. They're hard to gauge from this distance. Alright, there you go. That's end of a section, I guess. I usually just split these off into weird sections like this. It makes it a little bit easier to spot everything. I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny. Because it's a play on Laffy Taffy. Or Laffy Raffy. Laffy Raffy Taffy. Or Raffy Laffy Taffy. I don't know. cannot place blocks apparently. I just missed 3 blocks. Or fish. What thing? Laffy Taffy? I have no idea what you're talking about because I don't remember what I said recently. Laffy Taffy. Oh, it's a candy. It's like a chewy candy. Your name is basically a play on candy. Or the name candy. Or the name of the candy. Jesus Christ, cannot speak. Alright, there we go. I think I still have to have one more section. To at least fill in the edges with, I think that's the very outer. There. I'll deal with that later. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea to go from there, but whatever. Yep, right here. Over here. I think it's this, and then I think this is it. Pretty deep area, actually. Thank God. Finally, the edges are finally 3 wide, like this part right here. It's not very common that actually happens when I do stuff like that. But I did mess up though. Third block. Okay, yeah, third block. Let's go and fill this in. This is gonna look super weird, but whatever. I have to mine it eventually anyway. Yeah, I wonder how long it takes. Except for the people that may be watching to be on Discord. What the heck is this? Okay. Wow, this is a really high waterfall. Okay, I was about to say. Wait, you can't even take damage on this wall? What the heck? Not know that. I know you can on the outer edge of the other wall, but you can't do it on this wall for some reason. It's super weird. Okay, I'm just gonna fill out this part before I forget about it, because I know I'll forget about it by the end of it. Of the sand placing. Let's fill this small little area up. It's like every 2 hours or so. It like resets for some reason. Wow, this goes pretty far down. This is like edge of the deep ocean, my god. Didn't even realize this. That's a dramatic drop off. This goes from normals all the way to um deep ocean. It's pretty ridiculous. It's kind of weird how you can do that, but whatever. What's even crazier, this thing goes from this all the way to level 100. So this is a, what is that, a 70 block drop or something like that? That's ridiculous. Like this goes 115, I think, all the way down to 32, which is pure insanity. Like that block drop, the drop from there to the deep ocean is taller than my mine, which is crazy. And that thing's a 60 block drop on average. That might be the largest block drop I've ever seen besides the mine. Yeah, I know, it's kind of... That's just kind of weird though that there's a deep ocean there. I had no clue there was a deep ocean, or at least the depth of it. Actually, you know what? That makes sense because out there is basically deep ocean. This right here, whatever this is over there. Actually, may not take that long. Place all the sand. I'm getting some flashbacks though from when I started placing the sand back in 50%. Of how deep the ocean is right here. I can't believe I literally drained just over 3 million blocks of sand, or at least if I haven't done it now, we'll do it. If I didn't do it then, I'm doing it now. It was at least 2.5 million. 2.5 million blocks of sand. Or roughly that much. I don't think it was it definitely wasn't even close to, I mean it could have been. I think estimated wise it's 2.5 million. I've drained more blocks than most people even mine in a lifetime on this game. Kind of thinking about it for a second. I mean, I've drained, I'm mining, by the end of this project, I'll have half the amount of blocks SickRPG ever has destroyed with their quarries. Roughly. I remember hearing it in a video. They said they had over, I think it was over 100, around 100 million. I think it was in an ant venom, I think it was ant venom? Or was it Mumbo Jumbo? I don't know which one. I think it was Mumbo Jumbo. That I saw the video on. Speaking of that, I do need to drink some more water though. Which, if that says anything about using just pickaxes to beat out a, I mean, to be fair, I've probably mined more blocks than about what, like 90% of the community combined, just in this world. Not even counting the other worlds that I have, which I probably mined way, like, I mean, I think if you combine all my worlds, I've probably only mined, I don't think I've even mined over 200,000 blocks in one world, or in all my worlds combined, besides this one. Which is crazy to think about. I see why people compare this to SickRPG now. I totally see why now. It's very similar in terms of like how big the sections are and how big their quarries are. What's up, Steven? Yep, definitely getting flashbacks from my mind, 50%, or roughly 50%. That era, the water era, I guess I can call it. Because that was a lot of water. I can't believe I destroyed an entire ocean biome, or entire deep ocean in my world. Kind of insane to think about. The thing is, I've put more time into this. Most people usually would put time into this. There's a reason why I didn't. Okay, I know that made no sense, but I'll explain a little bit. The reason kind of why I'm going solo is because honestly, I could do the work of like 3 or 4 people. Let's be honest here. How many people here would actually do this project? or even stick through this project without quitting, even with helping somebody. How many people do you think would? Yeah, basically nobody. There'd be very few people that would stick with this project specifically, because there's nothing interesting about it. Like, Build the Earth you could have some good investment in, but this one you really can't. Yeah, this is way faster. What's up, Charlie? This is way faster than dropping it from the top. Especially with the Speed 2 beacon. Placing all these blocks. And the reason I'm doing it this way specifically is because I'm building rows. Or unless you mean like this. You do like this, and then do like this. I don't know. Yeah, this is way faster. The other way may be a little bit more, I guess you could say, automatic, but this is way faster. Like, doing like this works if I'm high enough up. It's still slow though. Kind of fun though, actually, I'm not gonna lie. Doing that same rhythm over and over again. Yeah, doing it that way is way too slow. Look how fast this is. It's way faster. I remember actually doing it that way at one point. Yeah, I tested it. It's way slower. I don't even know how much slower it was. It was quite a bit slower though. I mean, this is actually pretty fast. This is, I think, just as fast. You go like this. If I remember correctly, it was pretty much just as fast. Except it takes way more effort. And you can mess up way easily. Way easier. Yeah. I think this is a little bit less consistent though than the other way. This could have probably worked for the deep ocean. This may have been a little bit faster than the deep ocean, for the deep ocean version. The problem is it takes forever to get back down and waste so much time doing it this way. What's up, John? Almost sponge time. We're getting really close. Super close to sponge time. Hopefully I don't lose the sponge like I usually do. Like this. This is technically the fastest way to do it, but the problem is it's really easy to mess up. Like, really easy to mess up. This may be useful here, though. Like, doing this. Going from the side. Could actually be pretty useful. This actually works for smaller areas pretty well. Oops. I don't know what you mean by running to the side. I think this is what you mean. I could be wrong. It's good for small areas like this. Or if I'm starting it without going into the bigger portions of the... Super easy to mess up, though. I'm just thinking about how short my shift is gonna be tomorrow. I think my shift will be almost less than 6 hours. Possibly. Depends on how slow they are for work. I think it's 10 to... It said 10 to 5, which is 7 hours. But they said it may be closer to 10 to 3, which is like 7 hours. Not 7 hours, 5 hours, which is ridiculous. It's just training, but still. At the same time. Be a pretty chaotic schedule. They were really urgently hiring. Seriously, though. I mean, considering they got back to me in like 4 hours, I think it was 5 hours. I think it was 5 hours if I remember correctly. I don't actually remember though. Oh yeah, 5 hours is really fast. That was insane. I got my food handlers at like from 12 to 2:30 or something. It took a little while because I tried to digest everything, which probably wasn't the best idea, but whatever. It may be helpful. I got my food handlers in like 2 hours or something like that. Then that literally at like 3 o'clock, was it 2:30? No, it was close to 2 actually, I think, when I applied. Oh yeah, I remember now. It was 12 to 2, and then I applied at around 2 to the place, and then they literally messaged back at like 6. It's like, holy Jesus. What's up, pie guy? It's almost sponge time. It won't take too long to get to it though. Sponge time will happen. Hour-tarily. I don't know. Not even momentarily. Hour-tarily. I don't think I'm gonna get to it today, but it's possible. I mean, it's definitely possible for me to get to it today. Oh yeah, remember we were having this weird like debate on what that smiley face actually means. Or not really a debate, but a discussion on it really. Well, didn't we look it up? It was like a kissy face or something like that. I don't remember what it was, even though it does not look like one whatsoever. Or what? I don't know what face it was. I forgot if we looked it up one time. I think it was Kissy Face. I don't remember. Yeah, I really just don't remember. I mean, it is psychotic though. I mean, look at that face. It's like this weird grin. It's like this fake smile that's like, I'm actually not smiling. I'm like hiding it to destroy you. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Alright, there we go. That's that, whatever that section is, down. Those sections are gonna take a little bit shorter, actually quite a bit, sorry, not shorter, a little bit longer amounts of time, but it shouldn't take too long, hopefully. At least those other sections are a little shallower than, start from over there and just come back. I'll just make a circle back around. don't understand what this is from. No, I think I'm gonna fill this in before I do anything else. Yeah, so let me go fill that in real fast, and then I'll come back and place more sand. Because I don't want to fall down that and then just have to come all the way back up. Because I have a good feeling I'm going to fall in that eventually. Hey, look, I forgot about this cake. Does anybody remember what this cake is from? Because I actually do remember what this cake was from. Don't know where the pickaxe came from, but whatever. I actually don't remember where it was. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember where it was. Oh, it's right there. Wow. I forgot it's in the water, not in the sand. Holy Jesus, I took way more damage than I thought I would. why I did it like that, but whatever. Kind of changed my mind midway through that. Trying to figure out. Alright, now to finish whatever this sand placing thingy is. What, chibi? Kind of want to see what a fish tank look like. If I made a fish tank in the world, how many things would spawn in it after I finish the world? Wait, is this part of a deep ocean? What the heck? I didn't even realize that. No, it's not. It's no motion. What the sails? It seemed like one at first. At least I don't know what specifies as a. I usually go by the level, the depth of the ocean. Usually, I mean it's got deep ocean, so. This is what most oceans are like, at least in Minecraft. Most oceans in Minecraft are usually like this. 46 to 48 is usually the depth. I don't remember getting this stone. Love how it just disappears after a certain point because it's such a tall area to drop something from. I kind of know where that stone is from, but I don't remember I thought I threw it away, but apparently I didn't. A Pope. Pope of ravioli. Jack. What do you mean get rid of all the water at one time? Not too sure what you mean by that. Oh, I see what you mean. Nah, I'd rather do it in sections. It's better for updates. I like doing it because of update videos. I could clear this entire world in one go if I wanted to, but I'm doing it in updates. Purely for updates' sake. And I'm just gonna mention that's a lot of sand. I don't think you realize how much sand that actually is. I know I have a pretty good amount of desert, but I got rid of a lot of my desert. I mean, I guess I could just take this sponge or take all the sand and then just reuse it. But I mean, honestly, it's better for update videos. I mean, considering how much water I've already had to get rid of, I kind of already have somewhat of a scale of what I need to do, of how much is left. I mean, I've done these sections, how many times? 3, 7, about 7 of these types of sections. I think 8 maybe. It really depends on who you are. I could do it in layers, but honestly, it's better to do it in chunks, in my opinion, at least for updates. If I did it all in one go, that's how I'd do it. Honestly, it's good for completion. You don't. I mean, you gotta consider how long it actually takes to get rid of one of these sections. And can you imagine how long it would take just to get rid of one layer? There isn't much progress, I guess you could. I mean, you make progress. I could definitely do it that way, but I chose this way just because of I could definitely do it the other way if I wanted to. I mean, come on, it's more exciting it's more exciting doing it this way, let's be honest. I mean, just because of like percentages and progress and the types of progress I'm making. And you can't really calculate how many blocks you have left either. You can kind of calculate it with this way of doing it. I guess you could do it the other way too, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's just good to split up the process of this entire world, of these worlds, instead of doing all the water at once, especially considering how much water I had. Mining 40 million blocks straight. It could be, well, yeah, but you can't see the entire world. That's kind of the problem with, doing it that way. Think about it. I have a 200-hour time lapse, one section. I couldn't even see all the section. I mean, I'm very limited on the PS4. I mean, yeah, that too. It is a bit more appealing. Also, it's harder to gauge that way. It's hard to gauge how much you actually have left in that way. I mean, you could gauge it in layers, but that's kind of the same thing as this. I'm gauging it in sections, which it's somewhat easier to gauge than doing in layers. Can you imagine mining 700? It's like, oh yeah, I finished one layer in a month. It's like, okay. It's like it literally takes an entire layer to get, or not a month, but even 2 weeks, which is still reasonable speed. Even then, though, you'd still have to get rid of all the water and stuff like that, which would be quite the task, especially since this world probably has like 4 million blocks of water. Maybe not that much water, but it's getting up there. It's pretty close up there. I mean, I'm very limited on the PS4 just because if it was on the PC, like that world side was on the PC, I would definitely do it on Java for sure. Or at least it'd be good to record something like this for Java because, I mean, can you imagine what it would look like if you had a mod that increased your render distance and then you did a project like this? That would be pretty sick. Not gonna lie. Or you did a 1000 by 1000 section, you just see it slowly dissipate. I should be able to. What, like 6 months? The Nether will probably take... I think the Nether will take around 6 months. I was referring to Jack about how much time I'd say reasonable. I'd say around 9 months. 9 months to a year left on this project. A year would take about a casual. I'd be doing it pretty casually to take an entire year. The Nether is probably gonna take around 6 months. 6 months to a year. I can't tell you how long exactly it will take. That end should only take around 2 months. 2 to 3 months. I'm counting the end city too, do mind you. Actually thinking about it, I don't know how I'm gonna mine the end city, so I may scratch that. I'll have to figure out how that one works, but once I eventually get to it. Oh yeah, don't worry though. It actually won't take as long as you think. The Nether is gonna be extremely difficult. Okay, maybe not extremely difficult, but it's gonna be extremely painful. Let's go with that. It's gonna be a little bit harder to update as well. Keep updates on it. I can't really gauge how big, or I can't gauge how much I have left on the Nether like I can with the overworld. I mean, it may be shorter time, but that is true. Moving beacons wouldn't be much of a pain. It would be actually pretty nice to get a resistance beacon, since I have enough beacons, or enough, actually thinking about it, resistance beacon wouldn't do much. I think a speed beacon would be better. Get myself a speed beacon. Alright, see ya, Jack. Think about how good a speed 2 beacon would be, though, in the Nether, because I can move around faster. People don't realize that haste isn't everything. Because it insta-mines, depending on how fast you walk, depends on how fast you can realistically mine. I mean, sure, I mean, there's probably a point where if you get, like, speed 4, then, you probably can't mine as fast as you walk, let's be honest. Even with insta-mine. Speed 2, I think the limit is 10 blocks per second, because you only move at roughly I think it's 5.4 or 5.2 meters per second or something like that. And you can only walk as fast as you mine, and usually your reach your reach is about 2 blocks while you're walking, so it's around 10 blocks per second on average, or not even on average, on absolute speed. The fastest you can ever mine in Minecraft with insta mining is 20 blocks per second, I think, because of how ticks work, because it's per tick. You're mining a block per tick, which is 20 blocks. I think it's 20 ticks per second, if I remember correctly. Yeah, lava's gonna be the nuisance, really. That's the first thing I'm gonna get rid of, actually, is the lava. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of the last 2 layers of the world, and then I'm gonna get rid of the lava. Or the last 2 layers of above the okay, I was about to say last 2 layers of the lava, like right above the lava. I'm mining those 2 layers, which hopefully there aren't any lava pools inside of the netherrack thing, but whatever. Yeah, the nether's gonna be pain as all ever. I'm gonna have to make a new set of armor just in case. Get some protection for, or at least at the minimum. From what I've seen, protection 4 with, or not protection 4, fire protection 4, you only need 1 piece of armor to get full fire protection. It's stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I think Ant Venom made a video on it, on how long you can survive in lava. It could have been just netherite armor that happens to, but I don't know. I'll have to do some testing before I get to that point. Because I mean, getting fire protection would be a little bit harder than, I don't know. I may just wing it and just use the elytra, if you know what I mean. And just hopefully not die. I mean, yeah, I could get fire protection. I don't know. I'll consider getting fire protection, but honestly, considering how long I'm gonna be in the Nether, I don't want to keep track of fire protection every 8 minutes. I know that 8 minutes is quite a bit of time, but you consider how long I actually do these sessions for, it would be quite the pain. I also thought about keeping a stack of enchanted golden apples. I mean, I can get fires. I already probably have enough mob drops for fire resistance. Because this world hasn't always been peaceful. It's been an easy a few times. Mainly hunting for zombie villagers, but that's the main reason. I have a ton of loot. Well, thank you, Joel, for subscribing. I think I've been streaming for seriously. Okay, there we go. What, 5 hours? No, 5 hours and what, like 20 minutes or something like that. Because it kept restarting, keeps resetting the clock. I have no clue if y'all's timer resets or it's just mine. It actually spawned with 2 villages, 2 natural villages. It's just that trying to remember. I think those villagers broke. Like they despawned. I think I kept some villagers, but they also despawned, I think, or something like that. Or they either got changed in 1.14 and then they despawned or something like that. I don't remember. It was a weird time for those villagers. No way I've been what? I streamed for 2. Oh wait, no, I'm underestimating. Never mind. I thought I streamed for 2 hours. It was actually only a minute, an hour and a half. Never mind. It was a minute and a half, and I think a minute and a half, and now another hour or something like that. I don't know. I think it was something like that. So, because my time restarted, so for some reason, because I for some reason had to reconnect, even though you guys didn't have any. But yeah. And 1 ocean monument or ocean temple, whatever you want to call it, and 2 villages. I think it was. And I think there was a spider spawner under where my original house was, which was a long time ago. Holy Jesus, I just thought about that, how long my original base was above the land. That was back in like 6 million, which 6 million feels like an eternity from now. For this project, that is. I guess the only unlucky thing is the deep ocean, because if you think about it, the deep ocean, a lot more water blocks, but I do get sponges. So it's kind of a weird trade-off I get. I actually have a photo of this world back when I first released it. Or not released, but created the world. Back in 2016. Because this world was actually created just over a year before I actually made this world a project. Before I made it the project as it is now. Whole year. It's not like I had a ton of stuff. Most of it was at the very beginning of the project, and I stopped playing it because I forgot what else I was doing. And then I was like, oh, let me turn it into mining the world. And then me and my friend, or maybe not mining the world, but we decided to mine a bunch. It wasn't originally mining the world till me and my friend got on, and we built a massive farm. That farm you see right there. That green square. And then after that, we had quite a few resources, and we decided to mine the world after we mined I think it was a 200 by 50, I think, original section. And then we decided to mine the entire world, and then after a certain point, after around, I think, 2 million, he couldn't join after online. And then I basically took it from there, and now here we are. And up until around, I think, the quarter of the world or something like that, my friend built, actually a couple friends built the art that you see in this world. I don't think I built a single thing of art. I suggested building the pyramid around the end stone, or the end portal. Okay, so the reason I have like 3 sacks, I actually don't know how many sponges do I actually have? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot how many I actually had. Okay, so I'll tell you actually why. It's a pretty long history. I'm gonna get rid of some of these sponges, because I feel bad for having this many sponges. You know what, screw it. Goodbye, sponges. I'll explain why, but, goodbye, sponges. I will see you probably never. Not all of the sponges, but, okay, I'll explain why I have this many sponges real quick. I'm trying to figure out if I should throw them away, or at least some of them away. Okay, so I originally had 48 sponges. And then I went down to, I think that was the original amount. That's the memorable amount that I had. And I went down to 17 sponges. And then I duped back up to 48 sponges. And then I found 30 sponges in a sponge room that I haven't discovered in 2 years, do mind you. 2 years. And then I forgot to mention that to whoever it was. I forgot who it was. And then after that, the sponges that I had were in 2 different places. Somehow. It was in a ender chest, and it was in a I think it was in my inventory, if I remember correctly. I don't remember which one it was. You know what? I'm gonna keep them. There's no reason not to keep them. It won't matter anyway, let's be honest. I can just explain every time somebody sees the sponges. To be fair, the more sponges you have, the more time you have to take to dry them. And the longer it takes to actually mine all the sponges to when you break them. But, I will save the sponges. So yeah, that's the very convoluted way of why I have over 100 sponges. It's the most ridiculous way to have sponges. But yeah, I'll keep them for now. I don't really need that many, let's be honest. It's still kind of overkill, but whatever. It's not gonna matter in the end anyway. It's all about the project itself anyway, so I don't care if you have a million sponges, it won't do much. Because the thing is, once you run out of those sponges, well, not really a million, but you get the idea. If you had a ton of sponges, then you have to dry all of them later, which takes a while. It's like having like 30 or 40 pickaxes. You could have all those pickaxes, but it takes forever to repair them, even with the Ender Dragon. So it's like, it's kind of a weird trade-off. You have to spend more time to... I don't know if the trade-off is worth it or not. So it's not like it actually matters that much. Really, it doesn't. Just like in going in creative and getting a bunch of supplies and then coming back, that actually still doesn't do much. Like imagine if you got a bunch of supplies, like 100 pickaxes. But if you went, I guess you can go back into creative and get it, but whatever. If you wanted to. But I have plenty of proof why this isn't in creative anyway, so. And the duplication one doesn't really matter that much. I mean, yeah, yes, I did duplicate a couple of sponges, but honestly, from what you've seen, this is literally the most sponges I'll ever have, unless I'm like glitches again, which it shouldn't, because I think the only time it glitched was when I had 2 players on, like when I was doing the time lapse. I think that's when it happened. So it shouldn't happen again. It was super confusing. That's pretty interesting. It's kind of similar to that, but I don't understand it. It was weird because when I saved and then exited, or I exit with save, like, you know, I have the option with exit without saving is exit with saving, or whatever it's called. Or I think it's the opposite how you say it, but for some reason, when I had 2 players, when I did save without exiting, or exit without saving, I mean exit with saving, sorry. When I had 2 players, when I was doing the time lapse, exit with saving, for some reason, it wouldn't save. At all. It just wouldn't save. Until I actually manually save the world. That. It made no sense. So that's kind of what happened, I'm pretty sure. I've never seen the glitch before. I've never seen it where you can't exit without saving. Or save without exiting. Or whatever. Or exit with saving. Oh, I don't know. I've never seen that glitch before. Okay, more sand. I went through all that sand already, well. Probably similar. Which I was actually really shocked by because I had no clue they were even duplicated till I checked who the id address. Or whatever it was. I don't think it was even an ender chest. It could have been one of the chests over there or something like that. I don't actually remember what chest. I know it was in a separate chest though from where my inventory was or whatever. Like across the world. It made no sense. Yeah, there's a stupidly convoluted way of why I have over 120 sponges or whatever. It's kind of a blessing, but also a curse because it's very suspicious of why I have over 120 sponges. It's a blessing because I get to have a few more sponges to break later. And also I've developed a pretty cool system with the sponges. With drying them. Other than that though, it's kind of a curse. Due to suspicions. Oh geez, I kind of buffered those last inputs. It could have been. Except for it's a completely separate player though, which doesn't make much sense. Something like that actually happened very similarly to me and Matt. We had 2 shulker boxes, and somehow I accidentally duplicated this right here. It had 9 pickaxes in it. I duplicated almost this exact shulker box with my friend. I don't know how they eventually broke. Like the pickaxes, I had 18 pickaxes at one point. But they all broke, so eventually. I could have cared less. Or I mean I could have cared more. I couldn't have cared more about, there we go. Couldn't have cared more about repairing them. Actually, see a pope. I still have quite a bit left. So all of these left. I don't want to know how much sand I actually have left. I definitely have way less sand than dirt though. Of course I did that. Of course I did. Place of sand. Okay, place sugar box. Said. Also, I'm considering changing my channel art. I want to be a little bit more original. Like I want an originality overhaul, so which I'm thinking about learning Adobe Illustrator. Or some kind of graphic design. Because what the heck else should I learn? I've learned video editing, I've learned Photoshop, which, I mean, I guess could kind of use that, but not really. Photoshop, video editing, programming now, like web development type. The heck else should I learn? At this point, like I've already learned all that stuff. Why can't? I'm guessing learning graphic design wouldn't be that bad. I mean, it has a pretty good learning curve to it, but still. I may make a new channel art or something like that. Like a new profile picture. I want it to be a little bit more cartoonish. I kind of like that cartoonish style. I mean, yeah, I could technically create my own music. That's like probably the last thing I could do on this channel. That's like the... Never even thought about that. Create my own music. Imagine creating everything for the channel. Like, literally everything. That'd be ridiculous. It'd be kind of fun, though. I don't know if I should learn... I'm not too sure if I'm gonna go that far, though. With learning music. I know that has way more of a learning curve than anything else I would be doing on this channel. It's still be kind of fun to learn, though. Along with everything else. I'd have to learn way more, though. With music than I could anything else. I did find some pretty good non-copyrighted music, though, for the final, or maybe not the final, but maybe the final section. I need to improve my editing skills even further. I want to get good enough where I actually have some pretty good editing skills by the end of the project. It really, these sections kind of test my editing skills to some degree. I mean, look at the progression. Look at all the update videos. Look how much better they've gotten. I mean, to be fair, the software I'm using also is much better, but still. Like, look how much better they've gotten. It's kind of insane. Like, look at the time lapse versus the first video I've ever made. Or first, not video, but first update video. It's kind of mind-blowing, actually, how much of a difference. It's kind of cool, though, because it kind of shows this weird progression of the world. I don't know. I guess animation would be the only other thing. Animation, music, and graphic design would be literally the three things that I had to learn if I wanted to literally solo this entire channel with almost everything original. I'm just not too sure if I have the exact time for doing that. I may do it at some point, but maybe graphic design, I'll do it occasionally. Think of an idea and then execute on it, really. At least when it comes to this project. I was thinking, like, what about a pickaxe that went through the earth? Like, it was like, you know how that mining not mining animation. Mining, not the animation, the cracks when you break something. Something like that. Or at least similar to it. But it's like the earth. It's like you're mining the earth. I think that would be pretty sick. And the earth is on fire or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I know it's kind of dark, but I mean, still, it kind of encapsulates the mood. No, I mean not the mood, but the or the pickaxe is on fire. I don't know, whichever one. I think that'd be pretty cool though, at least somewhat. I know there's a lot of ideas that I have that are in my head that sound pretty cool, but are they? I don't know how cool they actually are executing on them. And even if I built my website and then did it again, then I could just replace the pictures. It's not that hard to do them like that. Yeah, I'd have to do. I'm not too sure about going that far when it comes to learning graphic design, music, and animation. I may learn animation and graphic design for this channel. I don't know. How difficult is animation? I know it's probably a little bit more difficult than what's it called? I don't know. I still want to keep that like space-ish theme. So you could do like a black background or space background or whatever. Maybe not a space background, but a black background. And then do put the earth and then the pickaxe is like digging into the earth while either the earth is on fire or the pickaxe is on fire. Something like that. And then there's like a spark in the middle of where the pickaxe is mining or something like that. I don't know. Like I want to keep that serious theme, but I kind of want it to be a little bit animated, if that makes sense, or cartoonish. It's hard to actually explain. Okay, so have you guys played this is probably a good example. Have you guys played like Mario Kart 8 or seen Mario Kart 8, like that kind of style? Where it's like cartoonish, but it's still pretty realistic. Maybe not, okay, not that detail, but just as an example of like the kind of blend of realism versus uh, art style, realistic with, I don't know, not full-fledged cartoonish, but not full-fledged realism either. Not super serious, which is what I put towards realism, and then I put like silly with cartoonish for the most part. At least in terms of the mood of it. I don't know. Just throwing out ideas, honestly. What about like for a banner? What if I did like a bedrock floor or kind of bedrock floor? It's like a maybe not bedrock, but I actually don't know what I would do for a banner. Because I don't like having like I think my what's it called? Profile picture's a bit too detailed. Like, I don't want to say Mythical in the profile picture. I want just the title of the channel being Mythical. People do that all the time, though. That's kind of why I want to do it, just because it makes a little bit more sense to just have the God dang it, the profile picture being at least somewhat simplistic. I know my channel's pretty simplistic on its own. I mean, it's not that surprising. Shouldn't be that surprising, especially since it's literally just a mining channel, really. Or project channel, I guess. Or a destruction channel. I could turn it into like a destruction type channel. Like, instead of just pure mining after a certain point, I could make it where it's destruction as well. I don't know. It really just depends on where this channel goes and where I'm gonna go with it. It's like, I want to take this channel a bit further, but at the same time, it's like, after a certain point, I don't think there's any point in putting much more time. I need to put more time into other things as well. I mean, I know I can put time into this and do the project, but honestly, I really just need to change to do other things later on. It's not even from like a burnout point of view or anything. It's literally just coming from like, I'm pretty far behind in most things. The only thing I'm pretty good at is mental development, but that's really about it. Internal development, sure, I'm pretty okay at. But external development, kind of trash. Let's just say that. Which external development is going to take pretty much all of my time, which is why I'm kind of like meh about continuing this project. Or not project, but channel. I mean, don't get me wrong, if even after I finish this stuff, I'll still look at comments and stuff like that. I just don't think I'm gonna dedicate myself to another project unless the channel goes insane. I'm talking it has to go. It really just depends on how far this channel goes, is how far I'm gonna take it. I mean, I've already taken this channel to another level, but it's just, will I take it further later on? What's up, Arrow? Oops. Mine is a pretty good arrow. Thought I messed up for a second. I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna react. after I finish this the overworld. I've been thinking about this for literally months. Maybe not months, but at least a good... Yeah, actually, never mind. I've been thinking about this for months. I think it depends on the pressure, depends on the stream. If the stream's, like, popping off, then, I'm probably gonna pop off at the end. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I may pop off regardless, but... Like, I don't know if you guys remember Kilo's reaction. It's gonna be like that, but probably even more insane. The reaction may actually take longer. It may be longer than his reaction. Just to, like, take in what the heck I just finished. I mean, like, the biggest sigh of relief in my entire life, honestly. I know that sounds kinda sad, but honestly, think about how many times people actually get sighs of relief. Not to this point. At least not with this much build-up. I mean, sure, there are sighs of relief people can have, but dang, this is gonna take everything to the next level. I mean, this project already takes everything to the next level, let's be honest. It's kind of insane. I think I'm actually getting pretty good at going up and going sideways like this. It's kind of difficult, but if I can do it this way. Nah, I don't know. Thought about trying to do 2 at a time, but that's a bit much. I think if I get better at it, maybe. Oh, that's actually not that bad. You have to go lightning speed, but... It works, somewhat. Alright, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Yes. I'm gonna get more water. Actually, wait, yes. Oh. I need to get some water. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Let's keep going. I think I can actually finish this water today. Or finish placing the sand today, which is crazy to think about. I think. I'm not really too sure. Yeah, honestly. The warrior. Doing pretty good. The gaming master. Do you mean Raffy Taffy? That's what you should call him now, from now on. He's Raffy Taffy. Up FAQ. Because my fingers haven't fallen off from doing this. Or my back trigger. The trigger button hasn't broken on any of these controllers. I mean, I only have 2 controllers, but... Actually, my red controller, my original controller, broke the joystick for some reason. When I turned right, it would go very slowly. It made no sense, but oh well. That's not the first button I thought would break, I'm not gonna lie. Thought it would be the trigger button. Either the right or the left, honestly. Or left or the right. Right would be the most, you would think, because I mine with it, so. I didn't think I'm not gonna be able to finish this today. I'm not gonna lie. Or at least finishing the place in the sand, I mean. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be finishing this today. Maybe. I'll give it a couple more hours. See where I'm at. Yeah, maybe not a couple more hours. It's already 7 o'clock for me, so maybe 2 to 3 hours. I'd say 3 hours at most. Let's go for another 2 hours or so. You'd think a time like this would be one of my busiest times for the stream. Because you would think the US would have one of my highest fan bases, but they really don't. Fan base. I'd say Europe, the European fan base of this channel is very up there with the US for the most part. From what I've noticed, at least. Feels like every single person is from like European areas. when you don't even realize you don't even have sand in your hand. I can actually, pick block it, it'd be nice. I'm getting there. Slowly. I know this next area is gonna be kind of a pain. After I get past this little island thing. Should be able to put a ton of hours in this week. Actually, give me a second. I want to see how many hours I'm actually working this week. It's not gonna be much though. When we count it up, because it's such weird hours that I can't really. So it's possibly 7 tomorrow. Possibly 7. Probably 6. So 13. Um, 18. 23. 30 something. I don't know. It's actually quite a few hours. Never mind. That's more hours than I thought it was. Ooh, Thursday is gonna be a good day when I'm actually off. Actually, I'll be off that day. That's gonna be really nice. Get as much as possible done on the project. Really just want to put a good amount of time into the project. I'm pretty sure it's... So I'm actually not too sure what I'm going to be trained on, because it's mainly training for now. Pretty sure it's dishwashing for now. I don't really know what they're doing in terms of, like, the way they're doing it. But, I'll just have to see. Because if I'm doing kitchen with, if I'm doing kitchen, they better have some good patience. Let me just say that. Like, if I'm training on kitchen, yeah, they better have patience. They hope their expectations are literally below almost 0. At the start, at least. If I am doing kitchen first. I may just be doing dish and then kitchen specialize later. Or go back into the... Or go into the kitchen eventually. I have no idea. I mean, I applied for dishwashing, but I'm not too sure if it's like a kind of a dishwashing helping the chefs or whatever type of job where it's like a mixture. No idea. And 15, 20, 26. 30 something. 32 probably. 32 hours roughly. It's actually not horrible in terms of I thought it'd be way it seemed like way less hours, but I think it's because some of the shifts are so short. I think one of the shifts I'm literally working like a 5-hour shift, which is pretty insane if you think about it. I actually like the shorter hours, but the more days. Most people like the longer days but shorter hours. Or sorry, longer days but shorter, like less days. I don't know. I kind of like the shorter hours and more days on, I guess you could say. I don't know. Hopefully you get the idea. Yep, I have done that before. I mean, that almost happened at Discount Tire. That was a horrible experience. Or at least horrible in terms of like the circumstances, I guess you could say. In my case. What's up, Alexander? 67.5, roughly, is left. I think it's 67.5. Yeah, that makes sense because each of these sections are on 6%, and then you have a third of 1%, third of one of these sections which is on 2, so 8%. 75 divided by, or 75 minus 8, 77 or 67. Yeah, it's pretty close. So I have roughly, what is that, like 27.5, I think. No, it's not 27.5%. It's what the heck am I thinking? Holy Jesus. It's definitely at 27.5. It's was that like 32.5, I think? 32.5 left of the world. Which isn't bad. I think it's 32.5. It honestly depends on what the skill is. If it's something... I think the problem with the discount tire thing was I was getting pushed. I was literally being projected on, I guess you could say, psychologically speaking. Because the biggest problem with the job was, like, they expected me to be better than I actually was. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did kind of dwindle too much on my mistakes. Probably my biggest problem with working there was I was too afraid, because I'm not saying you have to be 100% perfect, but you have to be pretty spot on. And the problem is, it's hard to practice something when you have performance anxiety while you're performing. It's like my performance was my practice, which is horrible for somebody who has performance anxiety. And when you have somebody harping on you, like helicoptering you for literally hours, and then basically destroying my self-confidence by, it's like, you never listen or whatever. It's like, do you actually listen to what I say? Like, those type of words. It's like, do you know how soul-crushing that is for an SE inferior that has performance anxiety? That is already stressed to the brim and probably had multiple breakdowns during work. It's like, holy Jesus Christ, that was... Talk about a mental, like, suicide. Oh my god. My SI demon almost came out. I wanted to hit myself with the bar. The torque bar. It's like... Holy Jesus. It's like, thank you for literally, like, triggering my performance anxiety, my guilt, and my, yeah, and insulting at the same time. It's like, thank you for literally destroying my entire psyche. It's like literally mental breakdown during the job. I tried to hide it as much as possible. I don't know if anybody even noticed. I mean, if they were... I mean, don't get me wrong, I did dwindle too much on the mistakes. I'd say my biggest mistake was dwindling too much on my mistakes. Their biggest problem was not teaching me properly. It was kind of like, here, do this one task, here, do this one task, here, okay, try to figure out how it goes together. While being under pressure. You know, if I would have probably learned it a little bit better if I was, like, not under pressure. It's like they expected me to know things without knowing things. Or knowing things without actually knowing things. I don't know. Just that's pretty insane though. Dude, that FI critic is just destructive mentally. The only way to really overcome FI critic is literally practicing and just getting better at what I was doing. The problem was it's hard to get better when your performance anxiety is constantly being triggered. I mean, I could have. The biggest problem was I made so many mistakes. I made so many mistakes at the beginning. My self-confidence kept dropping, which C.S. Joseph did say that's a form of weakness, which I completely agree with, because if you lose self-confidence after making a mistake, you're dwindling too much on the mistake and not actually trying to fix the mistake. Which I totally agree with. Which is kind of an arrogance complex. That's the problem with SE Inferior, especially INFJ specifically, is because of that specific reasoning. It's because of that. That's stupid. Dwindling too much on mistakes. That's a job. That's what I need to learn tomorrow. I need that good mental. I just need some time to focus and just get better without judgment. I swear to God, people are way too judgmental towards what other people are doing. It's really frustrating. It's like, can you just let that person learn something instead of just judging them for... It's like, you're the one that's training me. Why are you judging me? You don't even train me properly, so how the heck do you expect me to learn? It's like, I got a training course 1 month into. I didn't even finish the training course, actually, just thinking about it. Like, I don't mind if it's just normal stuff, but if I'm already triggered with the performance anxiety, I'm already dwindling with mistakes, the guilt's already there. It's like you're just making it worse. You're just suffocating me, basically, with your words. It's not like I have much self-awareness at that point, because my self-awareness is basically gone. I don't even mind insults to the face. Except for what I'm doing right now. Like, if I'm under pressure and I'm getting insulted, that's a whole different story than just being straight up insulted. Because I actually have time to think about what they're saying. I can't process it while I'm doing something else. It's like impossible for me, because multitasking is like, it's practically impossible. We have to literally naturally practice multitasking. Multitasking, for the most part, doesn't exist for us. I mean, it can, but it's more like you're switching. Well, it's not really switching, but I'd say people can technically multitask, but we just can't switch as fast. We have to practice multitasking between whatever task we're doing. So we have to so if we have to do 3 tasks, we have to practice switching between them. We can't just switch between both of them at will. Because we focus too much on whatever one is, and then we go to the other one. It could also be a sign of performance anxiety, is the lack of multitasking. Or the either lack of responsibility or just a performance anxiety, whichever one, honestly. I don't know. I think we could multitask. I think it just takes a good level of mastery over performance where I can get to that point. I want to eventually master my NI hero with my SE inferior. The perfect pressure level for almost everything, or at least attempt to. Because it's all about pressure level. That's actually pretty funny. Because the thing is, if we focus too much, then we're not going to perform that well. But if we perform too much, like we think we can perform more than we actually can, we're over. It's pretty much an overcompensation, and you're basically just going to fail. Because you're going to make a ton of mistakes and just straight up fail because you're overdoing it with the performance. That's why you have to balance the NI hero to focus in on what you're doing, and the S inferior to perform whatever you focused in on. If that makes sense. I know I've probably mentioned this before, but it's definitely something to rehash over. Which I think with the discount tire thing, I was a bit overly... I was too ambitious in some places, I'll admit. I mean, I was kind of forced into that mode, though, at some points, which was really horrible mentally. Being literally forced into performance like that. That's like... That's the equivalent of taking a TI inferior and just ripping and just calling them stupid. Either calling them just straight up stupid, or just asking them to verify literally everything. Asking them what they think constantly. Asking them why they think it. Asking them is analyzing every single tiny thing. Constantly. Especially over subjects they don't even know. Like, do you know about this? Do you know about this? Do you know about this? Why don't you know about this? That kind of type of thing. The thing is, if we don't practice failing using our pressure system, I guess you could say, with our performance and focus, then we can't understand it that well. I'll just go into a cycle of depression over and over again. And it's like, whatever, just can't perform. Not that good at this, and then we'd start relying on talent instead of hard work. Because we failed too much at whatever we're doing. And it's like basically into the road for your own psyche. It's definitely not a good loop to go into. What's up, Bin Bebop? I'll just go with Bin. Go with Bin. My god, I'm going through the sand fast. Let me just say this, Rafi, like, when it comes to performing, if you're too slow in certain moves of whatever you're doing, then you probably are, your performance anxiety is probably kicking in. And you're not, you haven't practiced enough. Either you haven't practiced enough, or you're not, or you're focusing too much on one thing. That's really what it comes down to. Those are the two aspects of it. You're either too nervous and you're just focusing too much on one thing and trying to think that you're actually, what you're doing is okay, which you're as the inferior. You're basically just covering up and overperforming for the sake of overperforming without even realizing it. Or you're just focusing too much on one thing and you're just, and that performance anxiety is just kicking in and you're just giving up basically. Mentally speaking, you're pretty much giving up without even realizing it either. Basically, I'm just too much willpower, get nothing done. Too much performance, inefficient. And being super arrogant and overcompensating for your own performance, even though you're not actually that good at that skill, but you're trying to either look better or you're over ambitious at what you're doing, even though you're not actually that good at it. This is why programming's really good, actually, for us. It's because we could practice it anywhere we want. And we could do it completely alone by ourselves and learn as much as we want. With literally no limit. We could practice as much as we want alone. And I keep stating alone because we benefit the most from practicing alone because of, you know, performance anxiety. We can make as much mistakes as we want. Or make as many mistakes as we want. Without any problems. Yeah, I don't want to know how many mistakes I made in programming, even at this point. Even when you're working, you can make as many mistakes as you want, because nobody's actually, like, helicoptering over you. I don't know about remote jobs. I heard they don't really have helicopter that much. Some do, probably, though. Have you thought of the weird balance of desire to win something versus desiring? Like, imagine desiring something so much that you're actually, like, you're desiring something that's so admirable, but you're actually selfish about it. Kind of a weird thing to think about. I thought about that when I was in cross country. Not cross country. It was actually before cross country, I think. I think it was 6th grade. And I wasn't even that good at running. Which it was my fault. I could have just trained more, but I got beat by somebody I probably shouldn't have been beaten by. He was really good. And I got so mad I raged. And I got in trouble for it because it's like I was so desired to win that it was like a borderline entitlement selfish. Like it was like a selfish desire, but it actually wasn't selfish. It just was perceived as selfish because it was so... It was like an entitled selfishness, if that makes sense. It was like entitled desire, I guess you could say. I don't really know how to explain it. I mean, obviously I didn't really know any better, but thinking about it now, it kind of is like an entitled desire. That makes sense. But not really making sense at the same time. That actually really sucks. Just some breathing room for things would be fine. Patience and breathing room, that's all I really need. Other than that, I'm pretty much fine. I think another problem we have, though, is investment. I don't think we're putting the effort into certain things we probably should be. If that makes sense. What I mean by that is, in terms of skills, if it's something we don't want to do, we generally don't put the effort into. The problem with that is, even if it's something that we want to do, the biggest problem with it is you're not actually putting the effort that you could be putting into, if that makes sense. Like, I could have actually put more effort into that discount tire job. But the thing was, I was letting my selfishness with being, like, sleep, for example. That's a good example, actually. It's school as well. I wasn't putting the effort I could have put into schooling as well, which I mean, that doesn't really matter that much, but, depends. Actually, well, it sometimes does, depending if you're going to college or not, but, it's just when it comes to... I noticed that, though. I don't really speak to myself that much. I know a lot of people do. I should start speaking to myself a little bit more when I'm learning something. It's like a recall thing with the TI child. I need to start doing that. Because there's a lot of times I forget things, but I'm not actually, like... It's really frustrating. I'm just not putting the... It's not putting the effort into it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I put a lot of effort into, I mean, obviously this project, but this doesn't take effort. I mean, it does take effort. Don't get me wrong. It takes a lot of effort. Or does it? I'd say it just takes time. Time and effort are completely different things, though, which I guess time could equate to effort, but it's only partial effort. Or partial what? It depends on the difficulty of the task, but this takes time. As long as you put the time into it, you're putting the effort into it. But in terms of learning skills, you need to put in the mental fortitude, like repeating things with your TI to make sure you got it. Asking questions, biggest problem I have. How often do you actually ask questions? Just out of curiosity. Like how much effort do you put into asking and knowing everything, no matter how stupid it looks with that SE inferior, because SE inferior doesn't want it to look stupid. How many times have you done that? Where you don't actually ask a question even though you don't know the answer? You either don't care to know the answer, or even though you probably should. You get the idea though. I mean, it could just be me. I'll be honest. It could just be me. Not putting in the effort of asking questions and stuff like that. But I know schooling was a big thing. It was even more embarrassing at Discount Tire when I think it was the head manager or something like that was asked everybody what the specific thing was. I didn't know what it was, but literally every single person knew what it was in the store. Except for me. Which, you know how kind of embarrassing that was? Yeah, I don't either. We need to start asking questions. Just nitpick. No matter how stupid they sound. You know that phrase of there's no stupid questions? Take that as serious as possible. Even if other people think it's stupid, rely on that, even internally. We need to start putting in effort. I swear to God, there's so many times where I could have actually done better at something if I just put in the effort. This includes anything. I'm talking like, imagine if you're practicing, I don't know, a song in a rhythm game or something like that. Just an example. Instead of just playing it and trying to wing it, how about actually slow down the song and learn it instead of like I mean, you could learn like that, but is it really that efficient? This is where the systematic ISTJ subconscious or subconscious systematic what is it called? Superego is kind of telling us is to put in the effort, and yeah, that's for the most part putting in effort. I mean, if you want to, I don't know if you have CS Joseph's journeyman thing, but if you do, watch his video on what is it called? Wow, I really messed this up, didn't I? What? Whatever, I don't care. Oh, that's why. Alright, that makes sense. Because here's the thing about the effort thing. Okay, so we don't invest that much time into things. Think about how many times you truly invest your time into things. Really think about it. This is one of the few exceptions. This project right here is one of the few exceptions in my opinion. At least for me. Think about how much time you actually invest time into something. For a second. Do you put that much time into things? Do you put that much time into effort of learning one thing in a subject? It doesn't even matter how much time you put into a specific subject. It's more like how much time you spend time actually learning whatever it is. I need to start being more real with people. I need to stop caring about what other people think of when I ask a question. It's the ENFP unconscious. It's, oh God, I swear to God. Sometimes the psyche's literally like pure mental versus pure mental. I mean, it's a psyche. I mean, it is mental battle, but it has to fight the external world so much. That ESTP subconscious needs to literally, you need to get to the point where you actually don't care about what anybody thinks about any question you ask. You literally just need to focus on effort. No matter how stupid of a question it actually is. And actually recall it in your mind. Don't just hear it and just, okay. Because I've done that way too many times. I did it during school. So many times. Wait, what is happening over there? I'm so confused. Oh, that's why. Okay. You get the idea, though, hopefully. Pretty much what our superego is telling us is literally just start putting investments in things. Putting that mental investment into that one thing, even if you don't care for it, you must do it anyway. It's like, you need to do this. It's telling you what you need to do. And when it's telling you, you need to put in effort. It's like, if you aren't that good at something, practice it. How many times have you... How many times have you done something and then said, I'm not that good at it? The first time you do something, how many times have you done that? And then you just quit. How many times have you done that? It's like, I want to do this, and it's like, oh, I'm actually not that good at it because I tried it one time and didn't practice that. Or maybe not one time, you get the idea. Like, you didn't put effort into, just in general. Because you not only have to practice, but you have to practice with, effort. I mean, you could practice something all you want, but if you're not putting the actual effort into the practice itself, then you aren't going to get anywhere. And you'll actually get that perfectionism that you actually crave. And helpfulness in general. You get the idea. It's... And then we're actually weaker than we actually think we actually are. Because we're not actually putting the effort. We're like being lazy and then telling everybody else we're lazy mentally. And then it affects us externally, and then we become like the biggest hypocrites in the entire world. Because we're not actually putting in the effort in things. But when we actually put in... Because the thing is, if we put in the effort, we actually can go further than everybody else because of the SI demon, the NI hero with the SI demon, the loop, or the reflection. It literally just won't let go. I mean, think of this project. Think about how much time I put into it. It's like I can easily do this every single day for my entire life. That's how much effort I can put into this project. Just based off of time only. That's how much time I've invested. Just an example. And you've seen what's happened. Imagine if you put it into something that's actually valuable. I literally made this project valuable. More valuable than it should be. just based off of effort and the desire to do the project and the time I spent to do this project over and over and over again daily. Not daily, but pretty good amount of effort. It's like we just need to, no matter what type of effort, it could be any type of effort, mental, like, mental training, I don't know. Asking somebody to help you practice something. This is why programming is really nice, because you can literally practice as much as you want. My biggest problem is not regurgitating back what they say, like logically deducing what they're saying, or what somebody else says. That's my biggest problem. That's why I don't even know how I passed school that well. I mean, I passed it really well, but I don't know how I did. Because I put like 0 effort into school and somehow still did okay. I couldn't even imagine if I actually put in effort to schooling. I wouldn't even need notes, probably. Actually, I probably would take some notes, but I'd study those notes intensively, and then even go further than that. Take the knowledge, go even further. Because the thing was, I could put in the effort for something, but you still have to figure out how to put in that effort. What's the best way to put in the effort? SI, systematic. It's a systematic superego. It's our only systematic side of our mind. Only one. And we can actually utilize it if we put in the effort. Which is the best way to do something. So imagine if we figure out the best way to do something while putting in the effort. If we put as much effort as possible and get as close to perfection as possible. The only way we can do that is using that systematic side and being able to, I don't know, what's the best shortcut for doing this? Like on VS Code, of Visual Studio Code, like the code editor. I'm going to be learning that. Do I care that much for it? Not really. But, I mean, it'll make me better. That's a good example of actually putting extra effort into things I probably didn't care for at one point. Just an example. Don't know why I'm doing it this way, but whatever. I notice when it comes to the short-term memory, how often you look at something, then look at something back, and you forget what's actually happening. So like you're trying to memorize something, or you're switching between different things, and you forget what you did earlier. You know how to get rid of that? You literally just speak in your head. Speak. Just start speaking in your head. Like, okay, so this, first this, then this, then this, then this, then this. Just use logic in whatever you're doing. Use that TI child and just logic whatever you're doing. And you'll learn actually even faster. It's crazy. You just got to say what you're doing in your head. It's really hard because it's SI Demon, but you say, I do this, and this, and this, and this, or this, and this, and this. I should have done that during Discount Tower. I wouldn't be as lost. I should have memorized the process in my entire head. Or at least attempted to memorize it. Or at least kept trying to memorize it. That's a big problem. I've always thought I was bad with instructions, but I think it's just because I never put in the effort to actually learn the instructions. Like, read them out in my head, keep repeating them over and over again, and then I finally get it. And then I actually have it logically stored in my brain. But no, I just did not do it. I mean, it still takes a while, don't get me wrong. Just keep saying it in your head. Writing notes actually could be very helpful. for something like this, for learning new skills. Systematic, best way to learn skills, guess what? At least in terms of environmental skills, take notes. When I say take notes, I mean if it's a source that you can't take with you. Like if it's not something you're learning on your own, if you're learning by somebody else, let me just say that, then you're gonna have to take notes, because I learned that the hard way. What's up, Wolf? This is generally for skills, for your SC inferior, really, what it comes down to. Because you're pumping that SC inferior with that SI demon and your SI, yeah, you're pumping the SI demon into your SC inferior, and then you're pumping the TI child with, oh, that's good that you did that. Some extra effort. I need to start putting more effort like that. I really need to start doing... The FI critic really gets in the way, though. I'm trying to fix it, but that FI critic really gets in the way of, what is it called? Of, like, not caring, if that makes sense. Which is a problem, because I should be using my FE parent and knowing that, hey, I need to do this, because I know I need to do this, because if I don't, then I fail. I just feel guilty after that, so... It's kind of that weird, like... It really sucks. I'm still gonna try to get through it. I need a notepad or something like that. I think I'll just use my phone. Did you memorize the step-by-step eventually? I'm guessing yes, right? Did you do it by like a logical, or did you do it just based off of practice? Did you memorize the steps, or did you, because I think using that TI with the SE would be extremely useful for learning steps and stuff like that. Oh god, it's going down, the bitrate. Because there's actually two ways we can learn. It's basically just based off of pure memory. We can fuel our performance with memory, or we can fuel it with, or fuel our knowledge with performance. I don't know, whichever way, honestly. I need to start doing that. I'm taking notes tomorrow. I need something to take notes on. For sure. I need to put as much effort as possible. See what happens. Full SI demon, just effort, just as much effort as possible. What's the best way to learn from another source? Take notes. That's the best way to do it. Did it help you, like, practice it? It should have helped you a bit, right? Just at least at the start, even if you did kind of forget it at some point. I mean, that's what I did with the food handlers. I put a ton of effort into it. When I say a ton, I mean a lot of effort into it. I mean, I still got an 85, but there were 2 questions or 3 questions or whatever that were very, pretty tricky just because 2 answers possibly could have been an answer, which is kind of horrible, but whatever. Other than that, I just breezed through it. I breezed through that thing fast. It was super easy once I actually put in the effort. It's kind of funny how we make things more difficult, even... Oh god, so we make things more difficult. What is it called? It's kind of funny how we don't think we're not that... We think we're not that good at something, but we're not actually putting the effort to actually be good at it, or, either that, or we're just not putting in, yeah, that's pretty much it. Stupidly hypocritical. It's like, I don't feel like putting in the effort for something like this. I don't care about putting in the effort. That's like stupidly shallow. Even though, guess what? If you don't put in the effort, you're going to fail anyway. Literally self-fulfilling prophecy. It's the dumbest self-fulfilling prophecy. So you want to take a shortcut with your TE trickster, your ENFP unconscious? Then go ahead, you're gonna fail anyway. And then you're just gonna become depressed again, and then, yeah. You get the idea, right? There's a lot of self-fulfilling prophecies with our type. Which is really unfortunate. I think also not learning it, like not remembering information and stuff like that, like not being confident with our knowledge, also triggers our performance anxiety because we not only not know what we're doing, or not knowing what it is, but we also don't. That also makes us more scared because it's like we don't have the knowledge to back up the skill, if that makes sense. Because skills are based on knowledge and like muscle memory. I'm literally going to annoyed, but I'm going to ask them to. I should have just. I want to learn Spanish from there. I could probably learn a ton of Spanish working there, or at least a decent amount when it comes to food. 'Cause I basically know none. And I'm gonna ask them to translate everything. I can kind of understand what they're talking about. To some degree, at least. I think I can learn some pretty good Spanish there. Yeah, it's pretty insane though. That's the thing though. It's like there's a lot of times where Ooh. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I need to take this even more serious than I should be. I basically need to make it to the point where my life depends on it. Let's go with that. Basically make it where your job, literally your life depends on your job, which in my case it kind of does, so. Sort of does. It's not entirely, but at least to some degree I have some form of pressure. I mean, I think that'd probably be one of my best ways to learn Spanish. I mean, I can learn whatever I like. I can memorize as much as I want with Spanish, but also it'd be good though because I can practice not in my head, but just out loud to myself because I'm kind of alone here. So I can practice it. I mean, sure, I can also get Google Translate and just see and basically give myself feedback. Kind of weird. That's a good way to do it. Basically learn it and then just copy, or not copy, but try to put a couple words together and just boom, there you go, it's a sentence. Kind of like programming, actually. It's like you learn one piece of programming and then you put some pieces together and then boom, there you go, that's a program. That's a function, or it's a block of code. Kind of the same thing, if that makes sense. Okay, that was fast. Yeah, I just need to start putting effort into other things, or just more effort in general. I literally just need to invest as much. What CS Justice was talking about with the investment thing. We just don't invest enough into certain things. Into things we're in. Let me just say this. Things that we're doing, we don't put the investments. Even though we do put a lot of focus into one thing, we just don't put the investment into it. Because either our FI critic is basically telling us if it's worth it or not, or it's just laziness. It's like, oh, I want to be really good even though I'm not. I want to look good versus actually being good. I want that perception of looking good. Oh yeah, more water. Even though we try to be super useful, we're still lazy and trying to be useful. It's kind of stupid. I mean, I do it with skills all the time. People think why, like, I'm always mad. But I need to start doing it everything I'm into. Like, I need to... Yeah. My tire. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I just need to start putting more effort into things. It's just, that's like the main thing to take away, really. Actually, I wouldn't say put more effort, put as much effort. I wouldn't even say put more effort, because putting more effort is subjective. Just put as much effort as possible. We're all about going beyond everything else. Why not go beyond effort? Like, I mean, not beyond effort. Go beyond everybody in terms of effort. We already go beyond almost everybody else in almost anything, except for, guess what, effort. It's kind of funny. So we want to go beyond everybody else, but we don't put the effort to do it. Why not just go beyond in everything in effort? Everything you sink your teeth into, just put as much effort as possible. It may not feel worth it, but it's probably worth it. Obviously, I mean, there are some truth that not everything is worth it, but if it's something that somebody values, you might as well just go for it. If it's a skill that somebody else. Like this job, I'm gonna take this job literally life or death. I don't care if it's just a little job. I mean, I need to put the effort into it. I need to literally become, like, obsessive with effort. I can become obsessive with the topic, but obsessive with efforts where it's really going to, really put us above everything else. Yep, exactly. Even my friend mentioned that. He mentioned that, like, aren't you, like, so, like, you're one of the types that basically have always been told to put more effort into things? Yes. That's a problem. It's like this desire to do something, but not actually do it. But the problem is, there's a lot of things we need to start putting desire into that... Okay, so if we simultaneously put effort into something, right? And is useful, why would we question the worth of it in the first place? If we actually, you know, put our effort into useful things, then why would somebody not... I just realized I never actually did this. What? I'm so confused. Oh wait, I'm stupid. I don't know what I was thinking there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ignore that completely. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, it really just... The problem is there's a lot of times I would put like half effort into things. Even games like Beat Saber, for example, I put quite a bit of effort, but guess what? I still didn't put my effort into it. People think I'm really good at the game, but they don't realize that I never actually put the F to it, like not as much. I was very spontaneous with my effort, I guess you could say. I would put a ton of effort or not enough effort. Just look at the best way to do something. Don't even look at the worth of something if it's something that's actually useful. Because why are we the one to judge what is useful if somebody finds it useful anyway? Or why are we trying to value something that's already valuable to other people? Sense. So we're just contradicting ourselves at that point. And then we're just shallow because it's something that actually is valuable, and then we become depressed or self-deprecating because we're not actually good at it, or we're not putting the time into it, or we just don't put anything into it. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much it, honestly. I mean, my dad's an SI hero. I mean, yeah, that is kind of true. What's up, Unsafe Void? That's kind of true, but the outcome has to be pretty worthful depending on I mean, in my case, this is obviously a different. This is an exception because I started this project way before I knew any of this, so. And I actually did bring value to it technically because I put enough effort into it, so I guess you could technically do that. You just better hope that if it's something you really want to do and you want to sacrifice a lot of things. But yeah, I would definitely have to agree with that. Anything that other people value, you might as well do it well because guess what? You're gonna be more valuable. Because the thing is, you can't really for us, me, well, you and me, Rafi, can't really value things properly. So we can't really figure out what what's something worth is doing. We have to figure out if other people value it. I mean, we kind of can, but that takes a long time to actually figure out what the value is of something, and that usually comes through mistakes that we make. And because it's like we don't actually know what the worth of whatever it is because we devalue it so much. We even devalue ourselves into doing the task instead of actually just doing it for the sake of doing it, even though it's actually useful, which is actually pretty selfish if you think about it. It's actually very entitled or selfish because it's like you're entitling yourself to not doing it, or you're entitling yourself to not doing something that's useful. Or you're entitling yourself to not being smart enough at something, or even though you're not actually putting the effort enough to actually learn whatever it is, which is also extremely hypocritical, which I've done many times before, so, yeah. I mean, I was top, I think, what, 30%, even though I was in lower grade class, or, sorry, not lower grade, lower, I wasn't in AP classes. I think I took one AP class, but I had no clue what I was doing. I actually did okay in it. Don't know how. Because I still didn't put much effort into it, even though I did okay. I still don't know how. I couldn't even imagine what I could do if I actually put an effort into school. Like, legitimate effort. Actually, I could say that about almost anything, honestly. I'd say almost anything, except for... I think the closest thing I put almost all my effort into is probably Beat Saber. Which is really sad, I know. I'd say right now, the closest I put into all my effort is actually programming. Not really Beat Saber, though. I still didn't put... It's still one of the closest. Programming is probably the thing I'm putting effort into. At the moment. Maybe not at the moment, but like in generally speaking, I'm putting the most effort into it as I can. I'm trying to put the right effort, because there is a point in putting the wrong effort in, though, which can be a problem for SI Demon because we don't actually know what we're doing. So we basically have to see what other people are doing and just figuring out what the best way to do something through other people is, really. I'd say programming and Beat Saber are probably one of the few things I really put effort into. Which, I mean, it showed. I mean, I was probably at one point top 100 in the game in terms of pure skill. Even though I still didn't put all my effort into it. At least at one point, I was probably top 100. I kind of let that effort go away though after a certain point. I don't know. It's literally just comes down to effort and the correct effort as well. Oh yeah, that's exactly why I'm putting a ton of effort into it. Because first I know how to learn it finally. I know how to learn it about as efficiently as possible. Implementing it isn't that bad. It just takes time, at least for me, in my opinion. Obviously, I mean, I am different in terms of cognitive, in terms of my psyche, so there is that. I haven't gotten to the point where I can like choose different ways to do something. I'll eventually get to that point, but the moment I'm just putting a ton of effort into it. Really, I'm gonna have to put more effort into my like job now, like because I just got one finally. So I'm basically gonna put a lot of effort into this and my job, and then I'm gonna, once I get good enough at my job, like where I can sustain, or where I can actually show value to whatever, honestly. For once. I'm talking, I may get to the point where I want to literally memorize the entire menu. I'm not kidding, I'm literally getting to that point. That's how much effort I want to put into it. I literally want to go all the way with effort. I want to get to that point. Which is pure insanity thinking about it, but it's funny that I put so much time into something, but I'm not actually putting the effort combined with the time. If that makes sense. Like, you can put time into something, but are you actually putting the effort into it? Are you putting the merit, I guess you could say. Are you putting merit into the equation? Because if you can put time and merit, you're basically unstoppable. You're going to master whatever it is. Either people are too uncomfortable to go further, which is where I benefit the most, is where uncomfortability meets, where I will sacrifice comfortability versus, or I guess you say comfortability, I'll sacrifice comfort for the sake of learning it. And if I sacrifice effort, or if I sacrifice easy route with effort combined with time, combined with the willpower, combined with the lack of comfortability, yeah, it's pretty insane. Like, I couldn't even imagine where I could take some of this stuff if I just let go of effort entirely, let go of everything and just effort everything. Figure out the best way to do something, literally just go all the way with time, effort, and practice. Because practice is different from effort, obviously. Because you could practice something, but are you actually putting the effort into with the practice? If I could combine all of that together, I can learn it stupidly fast. It's still obviously, I mean, yeah, it's gonna take a lot of hard work, but I don't care because hard work breeds, or not hard work breeds, the lack of comfort breeds hard work, really. The more uncomfortable you are, usually the harder working you're going to be. Or at least, not always, obviously, but at least in my case. Mentally, psychologically speaking. Thank you, HWD. For subscribing. I don't know why people think the psyche is the same. It's funny how people think it's like the brain's most complicated thing in the universe, even though they think it's everybody's psyche is the same, which is really weirdly hypocritical and contradictory. especially when it comes to behavior. I mean, I kind of know why. It's because cognitive projecting, because the most common type are SJs, and they project SP or they project SJ, which, because SJ is the most common type, they project themselves. That means they project thinking everybody's an SJ, if that makes sense. Why do you think mental disorders come from? Not actually, but possibly where they come from. Because, you know, they decided to develop a system around people that aren't, around psyches that are disordered. Even though we know that they actually are ordered, they're just ordered differently, not... They're just not... It's not that they're not ordered, it's just they're differently ordered. It's really frustrating knowing about that. I'm not even gonna say they actually don't exist, it's just that there's no substance to them and they're so rationalized. It's kind of pathetic. It's really sad seeing INTPs being discriminated by other types because of ADHD or ADD. And then them thinking with their T nemesis that to believe it, to rationalize it, because they're basically giving up with their FI demon. And they think there's something wrong with them because everybody else thinks that there's something wrong with them because they're T nemesis. Their TI hero is having a war. Ooh, I'm almost done actually. I could actually finish today. Which is insane to think about, but... Let me just say this, Rafi. We just literally just need to get to the point where you're just obsessive over anything you need to do, any obligation you need, right? Work, whatever. Obsessed over it. Even for a short period of time, you literally just need to learn it the best way possible. Not only do you get rid of your performance anxiety way faster, you also become more useful to other people. You just have to put in the effort to do it, which is what I'm gonna do. I want to see. It's kind of like an experiment. That's what I'm gonna do. This is like an experiment, which I know I shouldn't be treating it like one, but it kind of is at the same time. Actually, all of my jobs have been kind of experiments. Any skill that I learn is like an experiment. It's still kind of an experiment, though. I'm not gonna treat it as one, but Discount Tire was definitely an experiment. I was completely off on it, though, too. You basically just need to get to the point where you obsess over it completely. Even if it's something minute. Look into the details. I always say we're not detail-oriented. All INJs literally just say they're not detail-oriented, even though they're not actually putting the effort to become detail-oriented, because detail orientation really comes from the effort that you're putting into whatever you're learning. The more you learn about something, the more detail you can actually put into whatever it is, but we just are lazy about it and just don't put in it, and then we just claim ourselves non-detailed, and then... Water wet. I mean, yes, technically, because water makes it so... If water's wet... I mean, if water isn't wet, then... Well, it can't really be dry because it kind of wets itself. Because if water is wet, then it's water molecules are on top of each other. That would mean water constantly wets itself constantly, and then, yeah, there you go. I would think, at least. That's the best conclusion I can think of. Because if water is molecules of H2O, of two hydrogens and an oxygen, then that means water is on top of each other, which constantly makes itself wet, constantly, continuously. So technically, yeah, it would be wet. Kind of funny. I actually had to do a biology 2. What is it called? Biology 2 exam thing. And it's basically like this exam every single class had to do. I don't remember why. I think it's just because classrooms didn't give enough exams. For some reason, we needed one in biology. That's actually really unfortunate. And one of our questions was, we only did one of these exams. We had to pick the subject, and the subject was, is water wet? It's like, alright. I think I had some similar response to that. Because if something's wet, it's described as something that's has water on it, technically. Or anything that has a liquid on top of a solid. Actually, no. It's just anything that's within a liquid, right? Wait, what is defined as wet? That sounds weird, I know, but let's see. Literally anything that's covered with water or any liquid. So anything that's covered with liquid, right, basically? What's that meme? So basically anything that's covered in liquid, so that means technically if water's covered with water, because it's technically a liquid that has different molecules that... Yeah, so water would be on top of water, so they'd automatically make water wet. Technically speaking, because it doesn't actually say it doesn't say a object with a solid object, it just says an object. So yeah, that's kind of weird. But alright, well, there's our discussion. For today, I guess. Actually, well, we have plenty of discussions. Yeah, speaking of water. Yes, I am having fun. Placing send. What's 9 o'clock? Holy Jesus. It's pretty fun being sarcastic with doing boring things. Or in general. If it's something that you don't see anybody else doing whatsoever because it's either seen as boring or something like that, it's pretty fun being sarcastic. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty enjoyable. You get to relish in your own psyche, basically. It's like, oh yeah. It's like, relish in your own anti-hero psyche of like, I could care less about boredom. I could literally just sit and do nothing forever. If I wanted to. If I just chose to sit there and do nothing, which I do sometimes. It's kind of funny. I crush any dare out there. Actually, not any dare, but quite a few of them. Any dare that requires any form of discomfort. Really. I can just crush it easily. Now, once I get good enough in my performance anxiety and not care for anything really at all, then I could become the ultimate, what's up, lap? I'm actually not... Actually, sometimes I am pretty sarcastic, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually more sarcastic than I think I probably am. What did I remember? What's up, 7? Sand is to section off the area to drain water. I've actually enjoyed learning so much to this point. I mean, I'm not saying I prefer history class, but I actually miss learning. Just learning things in general. I just like learning things. Facts, whatever, honestly. To be fair, I don't know. I kind of miss learning things. Not really from school, just learning things in general. I know I can learn things, but I need to do this project, so. I wish I took school a little bit more seriously. Actually, I would say not school more seriously. I'd say learning more seriously. Because school doesn't really do much unless you actually, you know, apply yourself. Because I remember basically nothing from school. Because I decided to take the lazy route and teach or learn just like everybody else for some reason. Because I was being, thinking like I knew what I was absorbing information for some reason, even though I wasn't actually putting the effort into learning the information. Oh, I do that all the time, actually, Rafi. People take what I say super seriously sometimes, even though I'm actually being sarcastic. To be fair, I'm not that good at sarcasm. Sometimes I try to make like a weird sarcasm where it's like half sarcasm. What's up, Sam? It's not really compulsion, or it's not really compulsion. It really isn't. I just want to get it done. If it was compulsive to do this project, I'd have bigger problems. I think compulsiveness is kind of just the lack of self-awareness. Either self-awareness or self-control. Really. I hope people don't put too much weight on compulsiveness, really. What's up, Hafka? Because compulsiveness is kind of just something you, like, try to label yourself with without actually... It's like, I'm compulsive. Okay, then what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about your compulsiveness? You can control compulsiveness. by either completely taking it away or just minimally. And suck it up, really. Yep. Because it's not really like a habit of mine to do this project, because I still have to choose to do this project. Because habits usually are compulsive for the most part. But, most people who are compulsive, generally speaking, wouldn't do so. I mean, they could do something like this, but I really doubt. I mean, actually, never mind. Scratch that. You probably could if you're compulsive enough. You would have to be literally. But the thing is, actually thinking about it, compulsiveness usually is dopamine. You don't get any dopamine from this. So, I don't think you can really get compulsive on this. Truly compulsive, at least. Compulsiveness is habit, and habit usually is dopamine. It's either dopamine or it's like, or somebody's literally just forcing it down your throat constantly. Forcing down whatever, honestly. Any task to do, I guess you could say. And then eventually, I guess it could become compulsive, but I really don't think so, because usually compulsiveness deals with dopamine, so. Thank you, Sam. I didn't even see your comment for some reason. Yeah, it's just, I'm not saying all compulsiveness is dopamine. But it could be. Yes, it's a little legacy world. It's a classic size world. So it's 862 by 862. The entire map is the world. So don't think I'm too insane in mining an infinite world, because that'd be. Yeah, no, I'm not literally. That's like actual insanity, because the definition of insanity is literally doing things over and over again, expecting a different result. Guess what? I'm not expecting a different result until months from now, so. It's like, I don't think people. Okay, I'm not that insane. I mean, who would spend thousands of hours mining this without actually having a goal? Yeah, that's like literally, that's actual insanity. I mean, this project already alone is pretty insane. You could almost consider this borderline insanity, but it actually isn't, because I actually know what needs to be done and how long it takes, for the most part at least. Which, if you're wondering how long left, it's around 6 months to a year, roughly speaking. I'd say 6 months is being quite optimistic, a year is being very lazy. Don't forget I also have to do the Nether in the end as well, though, so that's still gonna take a little while. After this. What's up, Muse? I think I say that. I have no clue how to say. We could. I want to see what other people can build though later on once I put this world for download. I mean, there aren't any Minecraft maps this big on in Java or Bedrock. They're all tiny maps that are like 100 something, 200 blocks or whatever. Why I'm not switching to Bedrock because it's why I don't know, I was laughing at Rafi's comment, but I'm not switching to Bedrock because it would ruin the purpose of the project, which is to mine out a classic world. And they would turn the world to infinite, and it also, not only that, but it corrupts like the edges of the world. It's super weird. I do have a video on it if you want to see it. It's like what would happen if I switched to Bedrock. I do have a video on that if you want to see something like that. It's not that great of a video, but I mean, it's alright. Also, I do have Discord in the description if you want to join that. Or Patreon or whatever. If you want your name in this world, you can look at what it is. And then, and Streamlabs if you want to donate. If you want to, obviously, you don't have to. I don't say that very often, almost at all. But just in case you want to. Wow, how can I mess this up so badly? This is like the worst section I've tried to destroy. Dude, that was a horrible section. It's kind of satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. It's a horrible mess up. I don't mind messing up like maybe one, but it messes up everything else after that. And they reconnect later on too, so I basically have to fix. For later on. Which is pretty unfortunate, but whatever. It's fine. I'll put in the extra effort to make it look neat. Let me pick your sleep schedule. I don't think your sleep schedule is ever going to be fixed until I'm done streaming. I'm just saying. I would recommend it. I would recommend you fix it, but still at the same time. Actually, tomorrow may not be a bad day for you to try to fix it. Or whatever, or halfway fix it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to fix mine, or at least somewhat fix mine. My schedule's so. It's like as if nothing happened except for my time restarted. For some reason I disconnected again. Okay, then don't fix it now. I'll fix it later after I'm done streaming, which is gonna be within a year. So hopefully, yeah, give it a year or so. Give it a year and a half or so. It'll be good. Then you could fully fix it. Okay, I think I'm gonna actually, speaking of that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now. I'm very certain I can finish all the same tomorrow. this is a good time to end the stream. I only have a little bit of water left, not much. It's a weird area. It's like a bunch of gravel just fell. What the heck? I'm actually very certain I can finish. Look how much I already finished though, like just today. I finished all of that over there, some of that over there, and I think all I have left is this section, which... And I finished all the way from the first beacon, and I replaced all the beacons. So I replaced all the beacons, finished up over there, a little bit over there, and all the way to almost to the third beacon. Alright, I'm gonna go into the stream now. Oh. Hopefully tomorrow goes good. Because it's kind of lagging right now, so why not? Right.